Welcome. Today is Tuesday, November 18th. This is the Board of County Commissioners, Pickens County. We are in the City Council chambers once again, November 18th, 2014. And we have a very large agenda today, mostly dealing with the Prosperous Economy Core Focus Budget Group. And John and Connie, please take it away.
Thank you, Rob. And I just want to acknowledge for the board, this is a long day. Thank you for your patience and perseverance in advance. We had a couple Tuesdays between elections and Veterans Day where we did not have our work sessions, and we're making up for that largely today. The first thing we're doing this morning, as you mentioned already, Rob, is talking about the last core focus area in the proposed 2015 budget, and that's the prosperous economy area. I'll let Connie talk about this slide real quick.
We will have representatives from the different funds and departments in this prosperous economy core focus area here to talk to you today, talking about the trends and pressures, the issues that they see in their departments. The material for today's presentation is in your budget binder under the 12th tab, the prosperous economy presentation you'll find there. Afterwards, there is the ambulance district who will come to present their budget, and that is under the 11th tab in your binder. And throughout the presentation, we will refer to buy-up requests, also some capital plans, and all of the detailed information is there in your budget binder. The buy-up requests are under the 2nd tab, and the page numbers are referenced here if you need any additional information. We have the detailed write-up for each buy-up request in that section. We also have capital schedules and replacement schedules under the 4th tab in your budget binder. And then under the 5th tab, we have a 3-year departmental expenditure comparison, which shows 2013 actuals, 2014 original budget, and then compared to the proposed 2015 budget.
So, as previously mentioned, we're in our last of the 3 core focus areas, prosperous economy. In this year's retreat earlier this year, we really talked about what this core focus area means, because there's a lot of different directions or initiatives that we could have. And really what we talked about is that our role in terms of a prosperous economy and focusing here is to really do our core functions well and to provide the support to do our core functions well. That, largely we do maintain a lot of the transportation infrastructure, whether it be the airport and roads. We also have trust and confidence in our local government through having responsible stewardship of our assets, which includes information. It includes the finances, and it includes our infrastructure. And all of that is supported by having a high-performing team. And so what we really talked about during the retreat, and what we're going to talk to you about in terms of our budget today, is those areas that really support how do we do our core functions well, how do we do them better. And so you're going to see a lot of discussion, as we've already had, around some of our core infrastructure pieces, around particularly facilities and information in terms of support of this area, as well as some of our core internal functions through both our elected officials and appointed departments.
So we have a number of general fund departments in this section of our budget. We have the different elected officials, the Board of County Commissioners, the assessor, clerk and recorder, and elections. And then our internal services included here are technology, human resources, the county manager's office, the treasurer and finance. And then 2 funds are the airport fund and the translator fund. This part of our budget totals $24.5 million. That's about 26% of the overall county budget. And as you can see from this pie chart, the majority is the airport, making up 60% of this at $14.7 million. That number does include $5 million for an environmental assessment, as the airport will talk about later on in our presentation. County administration includes all of the internal services. BITS, our business information technology services, does include both capital and operations sides of the technology. And then we have translator, assessor, clerk, and elections here. This chart compares the 2013 actual expenditures for each of these departments and funds, the original 2014 budget, and our proposed 2015 budget. The 2015 numbers include all of the buy-ups that we're recommending in this presentation. Any questions so far?
John, why is clerk and elections, why are they separate?
Just from a accounting perspective?
They're just...
But they're separate from an accounting perspective. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, organizationally, they are both run under the clerk's office. I think one of the reasons we separated those out, previously, is that there's been so much change in elections, and election costs tend to fluctuate both with whether it's a presidential, a general, or an off year, and in addition, we've had so much change, as Janice is going to talk about, driven by changes in legislation and such. We wanted to pull that out because it made the whole clerk's budget look like it was going up or down significantly each year, and so we thought it was a clearer picture, more transparent to have them separate.
So the clerk's budget is somewhat the same, but the election budget is a highly fluctuating
Correct.
budget,
Yeah.
with a trend towards up.
Overall, I think the trend, particularly with all the changes that the clerk has to deal with in legislation and technology, there's a general upward trend, but it's hard to even see that with the annual swings.
Okay, thanks.
George?
So, will Janice be talking about this down the road, so I don't need to ask a question right at this
Depends
time?
on the question, I guess. But
Well, it just relates to the budget and why there is such a substantial increase for 2015. I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's about legislation, but I'm just kind of curious how that...
Part of the increases is in the replacement schedule for both the clerk and recorder's office and elections. And with those two areas combined, there is about $350,000 worth of replacements, and Janice will talk about it a little bit more. I believe there's a recording system, elections equipment, and so with those replacement items added in, you do see a swing up. It's not that the operations themselves are increasing by that much.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'll just make a note in reading through this. Obviously, more answers get revealed throughout the packet on this. I had the same kind of questions going into a coordinated election year 2015 versus a federal election year in 2014. Why such a great increase in the elections aspect? And I know there's some technology stuff that's going on there, and that'll be revealed later. The other piece to this chart that stuck out, which was somewhat answered, but not as much as I'd like, the information technology, the GIS and BITS, and the tech capital section of this just preview to what's coming later in the day. When we had talked about this change of division with the city on our information technology stuff and in these departments that I just mentioned, it was really talked about as a net gain budget-wise. And doing the math on those things, it looks like it's quite a net expense. So that question I'd like answered. I know hindsight's 20/20, but we really did talk about this being a saving money thing. And I know GIS is something that's thrown in there, and the department's changed with FTEs and that sort of thing. But I'd like some more explanation on that than what was offered in the package, just as a preview to some questions coming later. George?
And one other thing, if you, I'm sure you'll get to this down the road again. Under the translator, there's a substantial increase, and that will be a discussion as well.
Yeah, and there's about $1 million worth of equipment replacement and capital projects in the replacement and capital schedules for the translator fund.
Okay.
One of the things that the board asked us to look at is we've been journeying around the county in search of meeting spaces, looking at next year for the election. Could we identify space and have it rented and set up for the grassroots television? We did not have a number included in the original budget. We have put together an estimate for room rentals, audio-visual setups, as well as grassroots filming at an off-site location where we can schedule the times and be more in control of the times. That number would be just under $15,000. That is not currently included in the budget at this point. But we wanted to bring that back because that's something the board had specifically discussed during some of our work sessions, that we were able to do the research on, identify a room. I believe this room would be at the Gant at this point, that was able to schedule for the dates that we need next year and able to book that facility this far ahead of time. And so what we'd be looking for here is some direction from the board as to whether you'd like us to include an appropriation in the final budget for facilities for next year. And again, this would be to rent consistent space while the hearing room is not available during the election.
George?
So I have a question regarding the grassroots filming, because we have an annual contract with them anyway for their normal filming. So this isn't a supplement to that, or is it because they're not filming X amount of days, we're getting credit, or how's that work?
No, it's actually part of the contract agreement that we have with Grassroots, that when we are filming off-site, so the difference between using a room like this or our regular room is that it's already set up. And so there is a fee for setup and takedown. There's actually quite a bit of setup. You may remember this from the mountain rescue room when we were in there. That room isn't set up permanently for Grassroots. And so we do have a charge within the contract for when we are recording off-site at locations like that, which is about, I want to say it's in the $1,200. I need to look at that exact number for those off-site recordings. There's a charge for the first 3 hours, and then there's an hourly charge after that captures both the setup, the takedown, and then the filming.
I know I'm not going to be here next year, but if I were to be here next year, and that's how I'm going to govern for the next couple of months, because I'm still part of the community, I feel that being in the city council chambers or the firehouse is much more convenient than the Gant in a public facility versus a private facility. I know when we went to the firehouse, it cost about $1,100 for us to have Grassroots there. It was a discussion that John had brought to me in terms of just getting a chair's approval of that sort of expenditure versus just recording it. And $14,000 or $15,000 is $15,000, and it hasn't been all that inconvenient to bounce around, and we are working on a bigger facility plan, so this won't be a forever deal. But these chambers have been quite convenient, the city council chambers, and we thank them for letting us use them. Rachel?
Thank you. And My apologies for having to be late. I had called and left a message that I would be. My impression is I wouldn't mind leaving this amount in there as a placeholder in case we can't get facilities such as Rob has just described, either here or otherwise, and see how many rooms or how far in advance the city will let us book to use this room, and then do a little bouncing if necessary, and filming. At the same time, as expensive as it is, these are our budget hearings, and so these are really important presentations to be making to the public to understand where their tax dollars go and things like that. So, if we do end up having to pay the additional setup for grassroots for a couple of locations in the season, then I would be okay with it. But it just seems more prudent to put the money in the budget, try not to spend it, but I don't want our staff to be spending days trying to search for rooms like they were this fall. And, the use and the need for rooms tends to go up, not down, in our community, especially with the city doing its remodel and things like that. We just might find it's really not available. So I'm willing to leave it in as a safety measure and try not to spend it.
Well,
Steve?
if we could find a permanent temporary location where grassroots could set up their equipment and then leave it up for the entire time and have all of our meetings in that location, that could, I would see that as the most desirable thing, because we might not be able to meet here every time if we're always bouncing around. And if we were at the library or the firehouse or some location where it would be kind of a enterprise for that location to, have a steady income and guarantee us that that's our spot for each of the 7 dates, that would, to me, would be the most desirable way to go.
We've certainly looked for that kind of option, but unfortunately space is kind of difficult to find, especially in the areas where the board is, I think, wanting to stay central to where we typically meet in Aspen. So we haven't had any luck finding anyone willing to make that commitment outside of, quite frankly, the rooms and the setup and takedown. And I also don't know how that works for grassroots, I guess, because I think we're not the only customer that's using that equipment.
John, can I ask you, in our budget, or Connie or John or whoever, in our budget, how much money in the general fund and any fund is discretionary for us to use for things like this on an annual basis?
Well, we typically we have budget savings that you could probably we could probably find some funding.
$1 million. I mean, a lot of money we can put into. We can do a supplemental if we want.
Oh, yeah.
The point is that this is already budgeted in our budget.
This is not included.
I mean, but we have funds that are accessible for something like this on a whim if we want to create a meeting space with cameras. So the point is the board can make a decision on $14,000 at just about any time to spend general fund money on something like this. There's no need to put a placeholder for it.
That is correct to a point. Right now, if we want to guarantee that facility is available, we're going to need to reserve it, and it'd be good to have an appropriation ahead of time. If we're deciding a week ahead of time, we're in the same boat that we've been in this year. I'm trying to find places.
October, November, there's a lot of conference space available in Aspen. So,
Ron?
yeah, Michael.
I'm fine with the appropriation, and I think we have to have some consistency for ourselves and for our viewers. And so let's put it aside, and if the GAT is the only place right now that you can reserve for that amount of period, it looks to me like there isn't anything available for reservation. So I just don't, the staff has to suffer through last-minute changes, last-minute logistics, and and we have to say, well, I didn't realize it was at that place. I thought it was at another place, and I think some consistency is good, so I'm fine with it.
So I'm trying to track where you guys are at right now.
I think you've got to go ahead.
Okay. Tommy,
Good morning. The assessor presentation is probably the easiest thing I'll have to do this morning. I'm not asking for any additional funds, no new programs. As you can see from our slide, next year is going to be a reappraisal year. We're on a 2-year cycle, which is set by the state legislature, Constitution. So we're in the midst of reappraising all the property of Pitkin County right now, and notices will be sent out May 1st. And so it's going to be a different year next year, for sure, for us. 2014 was quiet, with less than 100 protests. Next year we're going to be a busy year. We'll probably have about multi-thousands. That's what we're predicting, which we've had before. Values we project will be increasing, but really on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis. Some areas in the county are going down, some are going up quite healthily. You know, real estate activity is picking up in terms of number of transactions, values, but it's really spotty, to be honest. But we're taking our time and looking at it carefully. Aspen's generally going up. Snowmass is flat or down a little, depending on the type of property. Down Valley's coming up now, but we're valuing as of June 30th, 2014. So some areas were up, some were flat. But we're going to see an increase in the total assessed value of the county, for sure.
Questions? George?
Tom or John, when we have to bring in folks to deal with appeals and protests, whose budget does that come out of?
That's the BOCC budget. I spoke with Jeanette yesterday about that, and she feels she's going to have enough people, especially to do the initial protest. We usually hire 4 people to sit as hearing officers. The second round is a little more difficult when we have individuals that want to appeal either back to the state, or they go to district court, or binding arbitration. We have trouble finding arbitrators to sit down. The requirements are pretty stringent. There aren't as many appraisers around the community as there used to be, just because the requirements to be an appraiser are more difficult, more expensive, and there isn't as much lending opportunity for appraisals as there used to be.
So it may be just sort of an accounting way that we look at this, but because it seems like the budget would come out of the assessor's office, because it's being driven by protests are being driven by the assessors versus the BOCC.
Once we send the values, the appeals to the BOCC in July, they're your values, okay? We're defending the BOCC who's sitting as the Board of Assessment Appeals. So any appeals that go on are the board's values, whether it goes to the state Board of Assessment Appeals, district court, or binding arbitration. We're merely witnesses on a technical basis. We didn't budget for it, but Connie did budget for you.
All right, thanks.
So you're covered, but the cost may go up. There's no question.
Michael?
Tom, I think the assessor's office does a great job. The difficulty, I think, for our citizens is understanding the arcane workings of the tax bill. And the assessor's office, I think, needs to have a plan of how we make more transparency for that, how we deal with the technology so that information is accessible. So I'd like to see some sort of forward-looking plan budgeted in the assessor's office and not have it be the same way we've done it in the past. And so that's what I'm hoping
We're
for.
pretty constrained about how we assess property in the county.
No, I'm not talking about
As
how you
far
do
as
it. I'm talking
doing
about how you
Public relations.
not public relations,
Well,
public information,
yeah.
which is I'm not.
Well, we have a website that's very accessible. It's free, and it's cut down on our behind the telephone traffic inquiries.
Yeah, I mean, I've
You've looked at our
accessed it
website.
too. I think it is helpful, but a lot of people.
Well,
And then the aspect of how
in
you.
the past, we've gone before grassroots to explain our process, and I project we'll probably do that this coming year. We don't need a big budget for it. I didn't budget for it, but we can do it with existing funds, and they'll tape it and rerun it, and it's always been helpful. And we've done inserts in the newspaper also, explaining the reappraisal process.
Well, I'd just like a thorough reexamination of what that process is that you do and how to make it more accessible to the public. I know you've done those things in the past, but when we get our information sheets, some of them are handwritten, some of them are scanned, some of them are so they incorporate all.
You're talking about individual protests?
Yeah. So the technology ranges from 19th century, so just short of the 21st century, and I think the assessor's office needs to take a look at that, and ask for an increased budget for innovative approaches to how they do business and how that business is conducted with the public. That's all I'm saying, and I'm not asking you to do it now. I'm just asking you to think about it because
now that the IT services coming over the county side, we're hiring a bits person to cover the assessor, clerk, and treasurer. So that's certainly something we can look at.
good.
To this day, we haven't had
Yeah,
budget to.
I appreciate it, and I think it's not. It's because of state laws. It's because of things we can't control, but somehow that information has to be made clear to people of what exactly property taxes are, and who receives those property taxes. Starting with some very basic information that if you went out right now, people couldn't tell you, even though you've been doing a good job for 20 years. So something's, I just don't get it, quite frankly.
Well, I'd be happy to have you come over.
Right. Well, it's not me that you have to.
No, but, we're open. We have a live person answering the phone. We don't put them on hold for a year. We actually talk to anybody who calls, everybody that calls, and we explain to them.
Right.
We take the time.
I think part of the challenge is that it happens once a year. People get that. They don't think about it all year long.
Or
They get
every 2
that.
years.
They get that bill or the reassessment every 2 years, and they say,
Correct.
"What is this?" Because they hadn't thought about it in a year.
And we have new citizens that
Yeah.
weren't around 2 years
Yeah.
ago, and they just They go, what is your process? So we explain it until they get it.
Tom or Connie, I've got a question just in terms of, the assessor's budget of, it's allocated at $1,043,000. Is the revenue source for that primarily, in a conceptual way, the treasurer's fees that happen? Is that where that budget comes from, which is about $2.5 million a year?
Yes, that definitely covers a lot of it. The assessor's office does have some revenue of their own.
About $12,000 minimally.
So we have a budgeted treasurer's fees 2015 in our budget of about $2.6 million. We've got assessor's budget of about $1 million, a little bit above $1 million. Where's the balance of the treasurer fees? And those, for the public, the treasurer's fees is a 5% fee deducted off of the top of taxes that are collected in terms of a budgeting allocation. Am I correct on that?
So while Connie's looking in her presentation there, treasurer's fees are directed by state statute. And so it's not a discretionary item for the county to set treasurer's fees. And the treasurer's fees go into the general fund, Rob, and so those fees are going into the general fund and then being used to defer expenses in the general fund. The intent of the legislation or purpose of the legislation is to have an ongoing revenue source to defer all the costs associated with assessing, collecting, and dispersing the property tax that includes. So, if we really look at who all is involved in those touches, the board is involved at certain points. The assessor's clearly involved. The treasurer's clearly involved. The attorney's office can become involved. So it's really, right now, could we give you a dollar for dollar accounting of exactly, but they're going into the general fund pursuant to state statute to defer all of those costs associated with collection and such.
And that's exactly the connect the dots that I'm trying to put together there. We collect $2.6 million worth of treasurer's fees. We have expenses in the assessor's office. George just brought up the point with his discussion with Tom that we've got expenses within the BOCC department because we have litigation against the BOCC and the defense of the BOCC at the state level of those tax assessed values. We have the finance department and the work that they do for calculating various things. But it's nice to have that information of how those dots are connected, because on the surface I see $2.6 million worth of collected and expenses of
if you just
$1 million,
look at
and the rest is put into the general fund for basically general fund use, but it really should be used for the collection of taxes, the defense of taxes, and those sorts of things. So I'm just trying to connect the dots on those pieces.
I think he really just explained that's broader than that, though, too.
Yeah.
It's,
No, that's what I'm
it's
saying.
not just the collection, because there's clerk and recorder office gets involved, attorney office gets involved.
Well, that's what I just said. I just said that when
It's
the
not just
attorney
the-
defends us in our decision on a tax issue, that's an expense, and that gets paid by the general fund.
And so I think, obviously those expenses are going to change annually depending on how many challenges we have, what our how our audit process goes, and there are a lot of touch points involved in this that are all deferred out of the general fund, which these revenues go into.
I just part of our budget hearings today and such are for us to understand it and make decisions. Part of it is, as Michael aptly pointed out, for the public to understand and them to have confidence in what we are doing with our budget. So those are why I raised some of these questions.
Did that answer? Yeah.
Steve?
I have a question about the personnel cost, and I picked it up on the assessor page. So I'll go ahead and ask the question now. It really applies across the board. On the department detail page for the assessor, there's no increase in FTEs, and yet there's a 10% increase in the personnel line item cost.
Yes,
Then I looked at all the different departments, and it ranges those that have 0% FTE increase, and it ranges everywhere from human resources as minus 16% on their personnel cost up to 2% for BOCC, administration 3%, assessor's office 10%. So I'm just curious why the differences in the percentage, the amount of the personnel cost changes in the different departments.
There are a number of different factors involved in different circumstances in each department. For the assessor's office, they do have a cyclical budget. And so 2015 being a year that they would have people coming in to possibly contest the value of their property, they will have more overtime and more comp time that they need to use during 2015 than in an off year. And so their budget does tend to go up in the odd years, 2015 down in 2016. And in the 5-year plan, we do make adjustments up and down for the assessor's budget, similar to what the elections budget will do, in that there are years the presidential election will be much higher and off years lower. Other departments, there are some departments that have BIBE requests for personnel where you will see a big change. There are some departments like Human Resources where they had budget for temp help in 2014, and then that budget is going away the next year. So it's hard to tell just by looking at those numbers without getting a little more into the detail. Overall, what is budgeted for merit or pay increase pool is 3.5% in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Plus health insurance is going up 5%. So that overall is just a little over 4%, which would be your average increase. But then again, there are these other factors. There's overtime or maybe the use of some temp help, other things that might play into it. Another aspect to consider is what kind of changes there are in employee choice in health plans, which can vary fairly significantly in cost between a family plan or an employee-only plan. And so that's how you get ranges that are not always obvious just on the surface what the difference is.
And particularly in smaller departments, like the election of health insurance can really swing those personnel costs and what's budgeted versus larger departments where that gets watered down a little more.
Okay, thank you. That explains it very well, and I understood some of the things that are coming into play, but I think that the public will also appreciate having a better understanding of that. If they look at these figures, they're like, "What's going on here? Why is somebody's getting way more money than somebody else?" And that helps
planning
explain
for the
it.
worst scenario as far as overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Last year we obviously didn't have any. We haven't had any in years, but we have to plan for it.
Okay, thank you.
Tom, it's been a pleasure serving with you for 4 years. I don't think
You
I'll have
too,
another
Ron.
opportunity in a public meeting. You've run a fabulous department. So,
Thank you.
and congratulations on your reelection.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
I wish you the best of luck, and I
Thank
hope
you.
you'll stay involved.
thank you.
Good morning. For the public, my name is Janice Voss Caudill. I'm the Pickens County clerk and recorder. I just finished an election, so I'm sleep deprived and I'm caffeine induced this morning. So if I'm speaking at 240 words a minute, just slow me down. Okay. So what I'd like to go over with you today are the trends of the clerk and recorder's office and the pressures we're feeling, and how we would like to move forward this next year. Before I begin with my review of trends and pressures, what I'd like to address is that I have conducted research regarding the Department of Revenue Motor Vehicle Driver's License Division. I've discussed the feasibility with several clerks throughout the state of Colorado, in addition to the Director of Operations for the Division of Licensing Operations. And my preliminary research indicates that it is an expensive endeavor, although not to be deterrent of that, but we can do some additional research and look at other options to explore. I will not be able to address that until this next year, so I just wanted to bring that out to you before I get started, okay? If there's any questions. All right.
Michael?
Just, Janice, I would expect it to be expensive, right?
Pardon me?
I would expect a driver's license bureau to be expensive. But on the balancing part of that is that if somebody drives 40 miles to Glenwood and then spends the whole day there and then drives 40 miles back, that's an expense that nobody accounts for except for that individual. Right? So that's at least a partial day's missing of work and the expense of traveling, and so I think the public and you and we have to somehow account for the cost to the individual that accrue over time for that. And so that's why just saying it's an expensive endeavor is maybe true, but on the other side, there's individual expenses throughout this county, Eagle County, and Garfield County that are adding up every day that only an individual accounts for. It doesn't show up on anybody's balance sheets. It only shows up on their balance sheets at their home. And that's the difficulty with having one driver's license bureau it's like being sentenced to some sort of strange punishment if you have to go to that driver's license bureau. So I just wanted to say that so you understand the entire context of what we're trying to do.
Sir, I certainly understand that. I appreciate your comments. Okay. We're moving forward, trends and pressures associated with the County Clerk and Recorder's Office at this time. I'd like to review with you legislation, technology, workforce capacity, and facility trends and pressures. Of course, legislation determines how I do my business. I am a mandated service, statutory required. Technology provides the tools we use in order to move forward to implement our business. Workforce capacity provides me my employment base in order to serve the public, and the facilities is the environment I need in order to implement efficient processes. So what I wanted to review with you regarding legislation, in the Clerk and Recorder's Office, legislation since I took office has increased over 400%, which affects my office. I would say that when I walked into the office, about 20 pieces of legislation is what I watched. Now it's now up to 80, maybe 5 pieces passed, and now it's up to 20. In elections alone, since I took office, we've had more change over the past several years than the previous 30 years combined, and I have no scientific or academic, research to provide you, but in discussing it with clerks that have worked for 30 or more years in the industry, would say that's true. Recording will continue to change in the future because of industry demands, so we're looking at that change in the future for recording. And motor vehicle continues to feel the majority effect of legislation change. Okay? Legislation consequently creates change. Change requires additional staff attention, staff time to create processes, and change management and training of staff, okay, in reference to the change. And as far as technology and workforce processes continue to change. We operate over 5 computer systems within my office in order to operate our businesses. 2 of them are state computer systems. 3 of them are standalone, and we have 3 additional softwares. In elections alone, we run 5 different software systems in order to implement elections. Technology improvements require hardware and software replacements and conversions and upgrades. So what I'm looking at this next year is our election equipment we purchased in 2000, and it needs to be replaced. I have been waiting for the Secretary of State to make a decision on the uniform voting system for the state of Colorado. I will be talking with the new State Secretary of State, Wayne Williams, who I know, in January to discuss how he's moving forward with the uniform voting system. We, of course, utilize equipment that is precinct count-based. For example, when we cast ballots on election night, we can cast between 300 and 400 ballots an hour. If I had central count equipment, which many of the other counties in the surrounding areas do have because they've been implementing mail ballot elections since 1993 and odd years, I can process that same amount in minutes. So that'll help the efficiencies of operation. In addition, we're looking at signature review equipment to review signatures on envelopes, mail ballot envelopes that are returned. This next year in the recording department, fortunately, we're hiring a procurement officer. I look forward to that. And we are hiring business systems analysts, which I look forward to working with as well, which will help us with RFPs and researching new software to replace our present recording system. Our servers need to be replaced. They should have been replaced last year. And in addition to the conversion, when we put out the RFP, we will be looking at the feasibility of implementing a process to image all our records, public records, back to 1881. So I want to get that underway over the next year or 2. Laserfish upgrades, Jeanette will be working with that. The Board of Equalization, which you just talked with Tom about. Jeanette oversees that for you. And we have a software upgrade that will provide us the capability for individuals to go online and schedule their appointments. So that'll create some efficiencies for Jeanette. Another efficiency for Jeanette, she's researching, is document e-signature authorization. So instead of tracking you down for your signature physically, it'll be electronic. And she can watch and address it through electronics. Motor vehicle department, there will be a software conversion, hopefully beginning within the next 18 months to 3 years. I'll be watching that for not only the titling and registration operations, which I oversee, but also, because you've requested, also the licensing, driver's licensing area as well. I do want to let you know that I am pleased to have the opportunity to work with the company we contract with called Pro Velocity. They have been working with us for the last half year. Bright. Service is second to none, and they jump in and help us whenever we need assistance. And I want to express my appreciation publicly and how pleased I am, because you know I run so many software systems. Their support. They're bright, they're fun to work with, and we move forward efficiently. So I want to express my appreciation working with the Pro Velocity team. Workforce capacity. I mentioned the change with legislation and technology. Currently, our workforce that I have in the clerk's office, mainly we assist customer needs, and we meet our statutory deadlines. So we're chasing deadlines. We have limited capacity to address change management, hardware and software upgrade conversions, space workarounds, workflow efficiency, and training requirements, because our focus is on working with the customer and servicing the customer. In fact, in 2009, in order to address software demands or technology demands, I took a supervisor of recording position and hired in a recording supervisor / application specialist. Again, in 2013, I eliminated a recording specialist from counter position to reallocate to my elections department to hire an elections application specialist. It shows you a trend where I need support in IT, but that's taken away from front counter service. Okay? I look forward to working with the business system analyst, and I look forward to working with our IT department. I just recently rehired a recording manager and eliminated the application specialist position because I know we are receiving IT support. So now I will have more support to work with the front line and our citizens. So I appreciate the IT support. The other issues I'm working with is training new employees. We have almost 40% of our staff has not worked in our department for a year or more. And as you know, when you hire new employees and train them, it takes additional resources and time to do so. Okay. Facilities continue to present challenges in accommodating our changing environment. Present facilities do not provide adequate workspace. They hinder our workflow processes, and they create concerns with operational security, especially with elections for our department. The upcoming needs I see for facilities will be preparing a lateral operations, which has surveillance and secure capability for 2016 presidential election. I have concerns for that. I anticipate the trends will continue since my tenure, that our election voter turnout has increased from the previous like elections throughout my tenure. I anticipate that will increase again with the presidential. We need to prepare facilities with our move. I must have recording operations up and running and sustained throughout any move. And in working with the Department of Revenue, when we do move, it will not be our internal services that will make that move. We have to secure assistance from the Department of Revenue Motor Vehicle Division. They will be making that move, and that's an 18-month lead time to secure their assistance. We've already secured that. I talked to John yesterday about it, but what we didn't secure is if we move in a different location, lines, dedicated lines. So what we secured is moving from one level to the next with dedicated lines in place. If I am moving my motor vehicle department in another area, we have to look at dedicated lines, and I don't know what that lead time is. Okay. I want to review the trends. Trends within our department, I think we're back to 2008. In the recording department, we're strong, and it looks like where we're at in 2008. 2014, I think, may be a little bit down. I don't know. It might pop up towards the end of the year. Registration, vehicle registration, and titling is strong. We're back to 2008, and that continues to be strong this year. And lastly, I am requesting 2 buy-ups for your approval. One is to address succession planning and restructure my recording department. What's important is I have a manager who's been with us for a month and a specialist who's been with us for 6 months. And I have brain drain within my recording department. So what I'm requesting is to contract my chief deputy clerk, who wishes to work 3 days a week, and have her conduct knowledge transfer over the next 2.5 years, use her position to hire another specialist in recording. I need 3 people full-time in recording. In addition, she will be overseeing the RFP selection process and conversion for the recording system. She's done 3 already, and has the ability and knowledge and skills to do so. And I am requesting her to take on the imaging project to at least design and begin the implementation of the imaging project to image all our records back to 1881 to service our community. Okay. The other thing that will benefit with this move is when we do hire a specialist after the first year, if you approve this, I do not have a backup for Jeanette. So if she is not able to attend your meetings, there's no one to back her up. When we hire that specialist, I will have that individual cross-train with Jeanette in order to be a backup for the Board of County Commissioners. Okay. The second thing I'm asking is an FTE increase in my motor vehicle department. I have no one in my motor vehicle department that works full-time. No one works a 40-hour week. I have 2 people that work 37 hours a week and 1 person who is a supervisor that works 35 hours a week. I think it's reasonable to provide them 40 hours a week so they have time before the doors open, time after the doors open, especially when 60% of their workload is not customer contact, in order to have that quiet time to meet, address legislative changes, strategically think how they're going to implement new processes, and work quietly before and after between customer interruption contact. Okay. So I think that summarizes my 240 words per minute presentation to you. have any questions?
Questions, Rachel?
Well, it's more of a comment than a question. I think that you do an excellent job, and over the years, we've known that we have strained the resources of this office in many ways, particularly hosting the elections on top of the regular workload. And, I mean, it's not like there's complaints or, that is part of the job. That's the job of the office. But I think it's important to be staffed to the type of capacity that we really generate. And, I was looking at those trend pictures, and while things are coming back up, as you say, they never really trailed off that much compared to other departments' workloads. People still register their cars, people still get married and divorced, and people still have recording needs. And so I'm supportive of the requests that you have going forward. And if anything, I think maybe more of a visual flow chart would be helpful of these positions as they change and why, how it's gotten more effective. I get lost a little in the narrative version of it, but that's not necessary for my support today.
George?
Yeah, I would echo Rachel's comments. Especially, I get a little confused in terms of, and I understand the need in terms of trying to reallocate your resources to follow the trends, but I know, for example, a year ago when you eliminated a position as a backup for Jeanette, and I forget, and then you created a new position for that spot. I forget what that position was, and now we need to revise or reintroduce a backup for Jeanette again, even though we had lost that position for a year. So I'm a little confused in terms of how we're jumping back and forth on those.
Well, actually, Lindy retired, and Lindy was the backup. So because of limited resources, I just don't have the additional staff or the staff to back Jeanette up, because I have a new recording manager and a new recording specialist. So the question is, based on the resources I have in the office, who do I pull forward to cross-train and back her up? So with approval of the buy-up with Linda's position, what we'll do is, she's contracted, we're taking her position and making it a specialist position in recording. Now I'll have enough resources again in recording, and I'll utilize that position to back up Jeanette and do some cross-training. Is that?
So I'm still a little confused.
You
I'm sorry.
probably-
So when Lindy retired, you didn't go out and specifically fill that position as a backup for Jeanette.
Yeah. George, I think, and Janice, check me on this, what you're referring back to is we actually took one of Janice's positions and turned it into an applications specialist, which really took a line person from up front into, in essence, an IT position. And one of the things that we're going to talk about that we didn't capture in your budget presentation is what we call shadow IT spend. And so Janice really lost some of the front desk capacity and ability to back up because she was making up for the need for IT services specific to her department and recording. And I think that was the position that you're thinking of that was eliminated and then brought back as something else. What we're looking at going forward, if the board approves the business process analyst, is that Janice will have somebody to support those IT needs from an IT department, and she's able to refocus those resources on the line. And I think that's what you're trying to get at. Is that inaccurate?
That's accurate. What we did was we took a recording position, eliminated the position, and reallocated it in elections because of the demands in elections. I mentioned earlier we run 5 different pieces of software. And then in the meantime, Lindy, who was also retired. So right now I only have a manager and 1 specialist in recording. I really need 3 people in recording to run that department. So,
Steve?
I noticed in your buy-up request part that you listed the alternatives for not doing the buy-up was to soldier on, is using your words. And I have visions of the Korean War going into another cold winter with the people working in your office being cold because the doors are opening and closing all the time with the public, and they're really the people who meet with the public more than anybody else in the whole county, working in the trenches of Korea, like the Korean War, being cold and overworked and stressed and those kind of things going on. And it just, to me, it's really commendable that your staff has been able to continue doing what they do, week after week. Sometimes, trying to fill in for other people and all of those things. So I really support your effort to, try to add a little bit more staff in there and have them trained to be able to do, fill in for somebody else when they need to.
Thank you for saying that. Ideally, what you want within our division is to have them train and be experts in their area, to educate the public when they come in and are served by, but also what you're saying is to cross-train. And we just don't have the capacity to cross-train at this point, and that's the goal, because then we can better service the community if we have enough resources to be experts in our area and then cross-train and help each other out. That's always been the goal. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm fortunate. I have a wonderful staff. I'm very proud to work with them.
Michael.
Connie, could on the buy-ups and then the net cost going across, particularly on the recording, could you explain that to me? What's going on there?
Yeah, so the numbers in parentheses are negative numbers, which means they're either revenues or savings, depending. In this example, they are savings. So we start out in 2015 with the net cost for the recording department restructure of $61,000. But the way this is structured is that over the course of 7 years, which of course we've only carried it out 5 years here, but if you were to carry it out 7 years, this restructure would pay for itself in that length of time. So you see that in the first 2 years we have $61,000 in cost. The third year that goes down to only $10,000, and then in the fourth and fifth year there are actually savings because of this restructure, and that will carry on in the following 2 years. And so by the end of 7 years, the change has paid for itself.
And how does that paying for itself occur? What's happening there?
It's a matter of a difference in salary levels, basically.
It's a matter of difference in salary levels.
Between the new position being brought on and another position that is sunsetting.
Oh.
So what I'm doing, Mike, is I'm taking my Linda Gustafson, who I'm contracting for 2.5 years to do knowledge transfer to train the employees, which takes a couple of years because of how complex with what we deal with, and the liability is very high. To do the computer conversion, but also to do the imaging project. So at the end of 3 years, we'll have a knowledgeable workforce in recording. We'll have a computer conversion that will create more robust systems and more services to our community. And we'll be working towards imaging all our records so it's in one media, and anyone throughout the world can go online and do indexing and do online copy fee purchases. And you will see efficiencies down the line. I know it's an investment up front, but you'll see efficiencies and savings in 3 or 4 years.
So if thorough training takes 2 years,
It will take 2 years.
so what are you looking for at retention? I mean, if just that thorough training takes 2 years, then you'd want somebody to retain them for 8 years minimum. I mean,
I don't have control of that.
I know you don't, but maybe we should think about if the investment is 2 years of training, you can't afford to lose that person. So that's a systemic problem, because if you just had a 1 month training period and they quit in a year and a half, well, you can sustain that. But if it's a 2-year training program and you've just got them trained and they decide to go elsewhere, and I would guess that it's wages that pull people elsewhere, because everybody seems happy in your department, but they have to make solid economic decisions. So that's a real liability.
I think many departments, I think this is a fair statement, many departments deal with that, and I think it's the nature of our environment. We don't have the human resources capital to purchase from. It's difficult because of the cost of living to live here. I think within my department, because of the liability we deal with, of course I would like to see staff adequately compensated. So, but very good topic for discussion.
But John, what's your view on it? I mean, if it's not just characteristic of the clerk and recorder's office, but it's characteristic of the county.
We're going to be talking about that when we talk about just some of our general HR strategies, but succession planning, which is really what Janice is doing here, is a challenge for us as an organization, because what a lot of people don't realize is the high level of professionalism and nuance. This isn't, you don't learn recording systems, elections, and such, and you can't take somebody freshly minted out of school and throw them in there and expect that they'll know how to do that. Not like a county manager or something, but
or county clerk,
right? But we're facing that in a number of our positions because they are becoming more technical. There's more knowledge transfer that needs to happen, and so there's really two strategies. How do we have good succession planning and knowledge transfer and cross-training, and how do we make ourselves the type of work environment that people want to stay in and contribute to for a long period of time? And that has to do with our culture. It has to do with being able to provide basics like, focus on housing, our compensation and benefits plans. Those all play into creating that environment, and we all have to do it within these limited resources. So it's a huge challenge, and it's one that I think we're going to be faced with a little bit more because our workforce overall is aging.
And
I wish I had a perfect answer for you, Michael, but I don't.
part of that discussion, when we look at the overall FTEs, compensation packages, those sorts of things, is what our retention record is. I mean, it'd be interesting to see in the clerk's office how long people have been there. I mean, how long was Lindy there before she left and retired? There are other reasons why people move on, whether it be retirement, relocation, those sorts of things. It's not always compensation package or hours or those things. So there's always a reasonable turnover rate for various things. And as long as I've been here, the 4 years, it seems like we've had a fairly steady staff in the clerk's office. It's not like we've turned over the office every 2 years. Most of those people, with the exception of Dwight Shellman, and that's an office that turns over regularly because of the demands of it. But a lot of the other clerk's office people haven't turned over all that much. So I understand addressing the other things, but you also have to look at what a reasonable retention is. How long does someone stay in a job before they decide to move down to Glenwood Springs or Denver or whatever? People don't stay in jobs for 20 years anymore.
We'll be talking about it more.
Yeah, it's just that if it takes a 2-year period to acquire the knowledge, that's tough because that's essentially an associate's degree, right? And then.
Now, in fairness on this, too, I think Janice is asking for expertise while we're going through technology transitions and such. If it were all focused on just knowledge transfer, you may be able to compress that. But you're still probably looking at 12 months at a minimum to really, if you're in a concentrated format doing knowledge transfer in some of these more complicated areas. And partly because, as Janice is saying, you want to do it in a way that people don't have to learn from their mistakes because of the high liability, particularly on the recording side.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually what seems to me particular to the clerk and recorders, is it has to be done right. There can't be sort of right or just missed it right. It has to be absolutely right. So there's some absolutes within your department that are similar to other departments, but I would say that your department is, you can't have a botched election. You can't have it. So that's something that and I'm just bringing this up on a philosophical basis, that we have to look at and see what the characteristics of your department are, and how to get those particular characteristics of absolute requirements, of long time for knowledge acquisition, and then how do you form a mix that allows all those things to happen.
And one of the strategies that you're seeing is, what can we also take off the plate so they can focus on those core functions? That's the idea of having a purchasing manager, which we've admittedly had some difficulty. We've had difficulty recruiting that position, quite frankly. The IT piece, what can we do to take some of the breadth of responsibilities off of the plate of some of these folks who are otherwise very specialized and have a lot of knowledge to gain, so that we can focus in those areas and they can have the support that they need. And that's why you're seeing an expansion. We'll talk about that during the IT piece. The IT piece, the additional expense is an expansion of services. It's stuff that we have never done, and it's a higher level of support than we provided in the past. And part of it is, how do we take pressures off so that we can make these jobs manageable, so we can make these training timelines manageable? Because if you're trying to learn now that core function that Janice is talking about, and you're trying to figure out, be a super user on an application and lead that, and you've got to figure out how to write a contract on top of that, that's not a fair position to put people in.
Rachel.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of broader comments. As I said earlier, I do support these budget requests. My impression would be that while this transfer of knowledge is occurring and training, those people are working as well. I mean, so it's a work while you train, while you work, while you train. It's not the same as being in school and just, that's all you have to do for 6 months and can learn it quickly. It's a work while you're doing it. So I just want to clarify that point. And, turnover is an issue that we've known about as a county organization, that we got a little bit of a respite when the economy declined and everyone's retirement accounts plummeted, and people who thought they were going to retire all said, well, we're going to stay on another 5 years or so, or stay on a little longer till that recovers somewhat. So we've seen that with the economy recovering. But overall, I know we've looked at statistics about how many people in the county's workforce as a whole are X many years from Social Security retirement age, or however you want to define it, and it's a large percentage. We have an aged workforce, and I don't see that turnover getting any easier to solve in the future. It's a dynamic that the city faces and anyone faces here in Pickens County, and that is a certain number of your older workers have homes they were able to purchase and buy on the free market when it was still affordable. I mean, even looking at our board, if we had to replace our own board with people who were able to buy free market units to be able to serve as county commissioners, they'd be buying $1 million homes. And we're lucky we have the Citizen and people willing to step up who have that secure housing already. But recruiting and trying to get people to stay here, it's been a turnover issue for all of our departments, particularly for the young folks. After a period of, 5 years or 7 years, they start saying, am I ever going to be able to buy a house here? Am I going to be able to raise my family here? No, I'm going to have to go somewhere else. And that's what we see happen. And so I think that turnover problem is not just in the clerk's office, and it's going to be increasingly challenging to make a good work contingent based on the salary and benefits we can pay. And, if anything, we're going to see more money going into that to try to keep up with the market. And, we don't have a housing program like the city has to have X many of our employees housed. We may need to look at that more carefully, but I'm not going to blame your office for the turnover or for the amount of time it takes for training, because when the market heats up and people have better job opportunities and can make more money doing something else, they take their resume and go. And that's the free market. That's the marketplace we're in. So, thank you. George, can you pass me this?
So we do have a decision point now on these buy-up requests. Is the board in favor?
Nod heads. Looks like you got it.
Timing-wise, our plan would be to spend the next about 20-25 minutes talking about technology and take a short break after that, or would the board prefer to take a break first?
Let's take a short break now.
Yeah, we've got a long day with only 2 breaks scheduled and a working lunch. So why don't we take 15 minutes, come back at 10:35?
Okay.
I just want to say thank you for your compliments of my staff. They're a great group of people, and I appreciate that they're acknowledged by you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. This is our budget meetings for the Board of County Commissioners, Pickens County, Colorado, November 18th, 2014. We're going into our Business Information Technology Services portion of our Prosperous Economy Core Focus Group. John, take it away.
All right. Well, this is going to be, I think, an interesting discussion in the sense that there has been a lot of evolution in terms of what we're proposing and what the board has requested in terms of information. I think what we'll do is we'll have John go ahead and give some background, and we'll go ahead and get into the organization slide and the financial slides and get into a discussion there about the different models and ways of looking at this. So John, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. I'll try to keep my voice into what level of protection I can find it here. It's as you mentioned, it's cold out there, so it makes a difference. From the historical perspective, we want to talk about the city-county IGA for services. As you can see, it was initially signed in 1976, updated in 1984, and updated in 2006. So that means that for more than 30 years, the county's been paying the city for IT services. And I need to point out that for that entire time, the IT services consisted of infrastructure, the network, the telephone system, PCs, printers, the things that, all the tools you need to get your job done. What they did not cover was any help at the application level, was any help in writing reports or solving problems. And the payments that the county made to the city weren't based on services received. They were based on a cost allocation, including massive amounts of overhead that were allocated to us. Based on at least 3 different studies over the years, in 2014, the county gave notice to terminate the IGA effective in 2015. If you look at the current bit structure, we're looking, the items in the blue outline what has been added to the organization most recently. And yeah. The addition at the top right in red, we're adding business process analysts, and we have business process analysts that go out to the customer departments, discuss their issues with them, look at their business processes, define what the current processes are, and then define what the future state of those processes should be. That gives you the fundamental gap analysis, so you can see where you are, you can see where you want to be, and the matter then is, it's then a matter of transitioning from the old process to the new process. All this process analysis is necessary and mandatory, but if all you have are process analysts, you don't get anything done other than a descriptive of, you get a descriptive side of what things are and a prescriptive side of what things should be. We add to that, to the business process analysts, we add application development skills. This means that we will be able to go to the departments and help them solve their business problems. They need a particular report, we can write that report. They need to integrate data from the clerk and the assessor's office, we can integrate that data from the clerk and the assessor's office. So if you look at the actual numbers, the baseline difference between the way business is done in 2013, and I'm using actual figures in 2013 because 2014 aren't final, but you can see that in 2013 we paid the city $930,000. And that again was for infrastructural services. In 2015, we're going to pay Pro Velocity for infrastructure services $381,000. So there's a $500,000 savings right there. That $500,000 is where we propose to repurpose it, to add the business process analysts, to add the business process developers, so that the customers can get what they need. And that's the nature of the spend. We are repurposing the spend.
So I want to go back.
John, can I interrupt? Just on, I was thinking on the business process portion of it, and the relationship between that analyst going to the departments and seeing what they needed. There is some of that, but as the discussion I had with Tom
Isaac about, there's also the interface of the public within that business process. So the public has expectations of how that business should be conducted. So I think we don't want to lose track of that it's not entirely internal, but in some cases, it's actually how you take your business externally to the public and how they deal with it. So there has to be some link in there, in that process, to make sure that it's a fully rounded process, not just an internal process.
Yeah. And I appreciate that, Michael, and that really goes to us having a strategic plan around what are our priorities going to be for IT investments and IT services going forward, which if we build this service out upon the board's approval, would be the first step in 2015 is to start putting those strategic priorities together. So we're having that discussion about are these the services? It's very easy for us to understand what matters internally, but also having the discussion about does this hit where we need to be hitting externally right now?
Right.
Yeah.
Does this help our service to the public? Does this help our transparency to the public?
Right.
Is the public going to come to us and our system for answers rather than, someone else? That's important.
Right. No, I agree. The numbers the board asked, this is very, very difficult to do an apples to apples comparison. We've done all kinds of hypotheticals, and the reason is that we're substantively proposing to change our business model. Okay, so even the numbers on the next page have caveats to them, and so I just want to talk about that a little bit. And Rob, this will probably get at the point that you made at the beginning to say, wait a second, you guys are proposing to invest a lot more money in IT going forward than we have in the past. And that's true. And that's because we're proposing a different, really, scope of service, a very different kind of service. So let me talk just real quickly. On this org chart, if I can get a mouse here. Oh, boy. These items that are highlighted in blue right now are roughly the items that are listed on the next page in the spreadsheet for replacement of City of Aspen services. Now, I would note that we're in a transition phase. So right now, for example, we've got the project manager network administrator. If the board were to say, great that you want all these other services, but we're not prepared to fund those. We want you just simply to replace the infrastructure services that we previously received through the City of Aspen. Really, once we're done building the new network, what you would be looking at is having a Chief Technology Officer, GIS, and our Pro Velocity contract. And so when you look on the next page, what would remain, this 160 is actually 2 months of ongoing contract because we gave a 1-year notice starting in February. So we still have payments going out to the City of Aspen for infrastructure services. What would remain of that based on the IGA that we recently entered into is just over $40,000 for the fiber network. The actual costs in terms of replacement services would actually in the future also go down by 1 FTE. So Rob, if you were looking at this going forward, okay, and you also see that the City of Aspen costs have gone down, those are really attrition vacancies that have not been filled as we've been having these discussions. If we're fully staffed up going forward and we took those costs out, we'd have approximately $1.1 million on our own model and about $1.2 million in the city model. Okay, so that's where those savings that we talked about start to come in. But that's not really what we're trying to accomplish here, because when we started this project, And when we started this budget in particular, we met in core focus areas with all the departments. And what we heard continuously was, yes, infrastructure is important, but what's more important to us is how do we get support on the application side? You know, exactly what John was talking about. How do we get more support analyzing our business processes and choosing successful technology solutions, and preferably ones that can cut across county departments or departments with similar information flows. And you may recall when we did the Mitchell and Company study, we talked about shadow IT spending. And this is a number we chose not to put into the spreadsheet that's up here because it's difficult to pin down, but I think you just heard Janice talking about it a little bit. And what shadow IT spending is the spending that's going on in departments to support that application's need that's not otherwise being filled. In some cases, that means pulling a line service person out of that line service, like what Janice did with the recording person, in order to address applications needs. Other times it's just additional duties on top of becoming a super user or such. The Mitchell report estimated about $400,000 to $500,000 of IT shadow spend in the county. By doing our own services, do we necessarily eliminate all of that shadow IT spend? Not necessarily. I think we still have some specialization and such, but I think what we can see is it provides an opportunity for line services and employees to be dedicated and specialized in those line services instead of trying to provide IT solutions that they may not have the expertise to fully implement and provide line services at the same time. And so what we are anticipating, what we heard from the organization is we need much more. We need a much higher investment countywide in information technology services because that begins to take the load off of the rest of our services. And so the increased spend that you're seeing, I cannot... Ironically, I'm doing an IT one. I can't get my mouse to work. The increased spend that you're really seeing is in these additional areas: business process analysts, electronic document records managers, a full-time chief technology officer, which we haven't had before, who is now also overseeing the public safety network and trying to pull together translator and radio. We've never had that capacity to pull all those different elements of technology together under one umbrella, and it turns out that as we're learning, they can go together pretty well. But we're adding a lot of capacity here. Once the network project is done, we'll be reevaluating, this position. Right now, we actually, on a budget basis, we have 2 people in public safety. In reality, we have 1. We've pulled 1 over to do this position, so our actual numbers are going to be a little lower. There's going to be a question once this project is done. Does this position go back, or to Michael's point, do we need more application development expertise, for the public and such going forward? That would be a discussion we would bring back to you. But there is a lot of new capacity recommended for IT in this budget, and as such, there's an additional spend associated with it. Apples to apples, you're a little bit less, just providing the infrastructure services under our current model with better oversight, because now we're able to pull together, oversight of these functions which were being managed in departments previously, another kind of shadow IT spend issue. But what we're really talking about doing is how do we expand the IT services that are available, and that's why you see the cost going up so much. So I hope that starts to answer your questions on that front, Rob.
It does. And part of it because it's very complicated, all the different pieces here, and what's apples to apples and oranges and those sorts of things. And I guess part of it, when you say we're adding services, and Michael kind of alluded to this a couple of times, we're adding services primarily to our internal staff, basically supporting different departments internally so that they could be more efficient. It's not necessarily adding a service to the public of Pitkin County. It's adding a service to the operations of the staff. So the question is, are there internal savings because that service is added to our operations? And where are those savings, where can those savings be realized by more efficiency, by people utilizing technology as a tool to create maybe FTE savings, maybe those sorts of things. But we're seeing a big increase of FTEs over the next year as well. So we're not seeing, So I'm trying to see where the savings is for this, about $500,000 worth of space.
Technology always promises these kinds of savings. In my experience, what happens if you do it well, you actually have avoidance of additional FTEs. So, for example, I think if Janice didn't see that there was going to be opportunities to have support through business process analysts, we would have seen a very different set of FTE requests coming in for recording and elections, and motor vehicles probably would have been the same, I think. But I think we would have seen a different kind of request coming forward. And I know that because we talked about those different alternatives. I think that is true in other departments as well. Public safety is actually, even though they've had 2 dedicated FTEs, they haven't had a broader net of support, and they're feeling overwhelmed in their support. Similar with radio and translator, we're finding opportunities to avoid those capacity issues in the future. So I do think we're going to see basically a more efficient use of what has been a shadow IT spend, Rob. I'm a little bit cautious to quantify all of that, as well as the shadow IT spend on this. These are budget numbers that we have, and we thought that was the cleanest way to present it, even though I don't think it tells the whole story, because otherwise we're having to make all kinds of assumptions about what might happen or not. I actually do think the public may benefit in a significant way, not only from more streamlined services going forward, and you'll hear this again when we get into HR, but also in our ability to provide transparency, whether it be in, I could see a pretty immediate project around our agendas, for example, that for our own board packets as well as for our various advisory boards and commissions. That is ripe for a workflow process and a technology process that is transparent to the public, as well as more streamlined for the organization. But we need some expertise to help us get there.
One thing, too, in answer to your question about the complexities involved, one of the ways we handle all the complexities of functions being distributed, decentralized, that need to be re-centralized, is the strategic planning process. And what that strategic planning process will do is we will go to each department next year, looking toward 2016, and see what kind of applications they're looking for, what kind of databases they need, what kind of help they need, and we will develop a business plan that sets the value of a particular project. That'll go through an internal review process. It'll come to the board, where we may have, as an example, 15 projects, but we can only fund 10. So those are policy decisions that the board would have to make, which 10 of the 15 to support. So yeah, we are very, very much aware of the complexities, and there are ways to handle those complexities. And in this case, it's by strategic planning. Yeah, the future items, sure. We need to integrate public safety with Pitkin County once again. It used to be that public safety was part of the larger support infrastructure. They peeled away from the city. They didn't like the services they were getting and the costs that were being allocated. Now we're going to roll public safety back into pitkincounty.com. What that does fundamentally is give them 4-digit dialing. It's a big thing. It also allows us to reserve rooms and resources and vehicles all in one place, not scattered. So integrating public safety with pitkincounty.com is really one of the key things that will make their lives a lot easier. Plus, it'll give them the opportunity, if the sheriff decides, to go away from the Ring Central telephone system and go back to the Avaya phone system. And that's the most likely outcome. Another thing we're going to do is we're going to continue developing transparent records management capability. You notice on our org chart we have had on board for just about a year an enterprise document records and management system manager. And Janice has talked about all the scanning work they're doing and how that is critical to their business operation. How they want to make all these things available to the public going back to the 1880s. It's working with the records manager to make sure that all the appropriate laws and retention schedules are followed, that we're beginning to move the responsibility to records management at the high level. And everybody that needs to use records management capability, it's not going to be just a matter of scanning something in the Laserfiche. It'll be a matter of integrating those records together so that in a meaningful fashion. We are going to develop applications, tools, and methodologies to support our customer departments. Once we've helped them define their processes, once we've done the gap analysis from where they are to where they want to go, we will then develop applications to get them there. And this does two things. One, it makes them more efficient internally. There we go. And two, it really gives the operating departments a chance to focus on their customer-facing applications. You know, we're putting in a new website, separate from the city's website. We're doing our own website. We're building an intranet site for our internal employees to be able to use. So the more tools and applications that we have, the more work can be done. The last thing is talking about BIS and translative strategic planning. I briefly mentioned the strategic planning before, but that's going to be a focus of ours. We need to know how we're spending our money, and it needs to be intentional. And the way you have an intentional spend of your money is by planning. So we're going to be planning and doing that.
And so really we're to the decision point, which is whether the board is supportive of completing really this kind of reorganization, restructuring, and increased investment. I want to be really clear that what we are recommending overall is a significant increase in investment for information technology. That is what we've heard from all of our departments is a key need going forward. The business process analysts connect the dots for us between how do we do a better job in our day-to-day business, whether that be our public-facing business or our internal business, and use technology to better provide that service, more efficiently provide that service. There's a lot of manual processes that could be automated at this point. We do have 3 positions here. One of them was approved on a 1-year basis. That's the Google Advocate. That's Nate that we're proposing to bring full-time. And then 2 additional, 1 business process analyst that would be dedicated for the assessor, clerk, and treasurer. That is a pretty well-defined loop of information that goes from one to the other, but we have not necessarily looked at those systems systemically in the past. They've been built in silos. We think there's opportunities there. And then the admin services really provide support across the other departments. Public safety has their folks. We'd have the clerk, assessor, treasurer. We'd have overall Google, which covers all of the organization and a specific application, and then a business process analyst that would be shared with the administrative departments, human services, health, and our internal services.
George?
As you started this presentation, several years ago, we started to look at the partnership with the city, the amount of dollars we were contributing to that effort, about $1 million, and we realized we just weren't getting what we needed as an organization, as a county. Our needs are and were then and still are and will be a little different than the city. So at that point, the board made a decision to move forward and set up our own IT department and try to address some of these issues. And John, when you talk about increased investment, I think as we first started this whole budget process, where we've seen our increased expenditures from general fund is up over a little over 11%, and that's due to our increased investment not only in terms of IT services, but also the needs for our capital, our infrastructure, to modernize it, to renovate it, not only for our staff, but to be able to more effectively serve the public. And I think there are not only efficiencies internally, but as Janice talked about in her presentation, it's going to mean more efficiencies and better service to the public. So for me, that sort of captures what this 2015 budget means to me is an increased investment not only for the organization, but for the community at large.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. Very much, I guess, agreeing with George. I see us as playing a lot of catch-up right now, and we talked about the very beginning of the budget that we're looking at investments this year that are in the support infrastructure we need to continue to fulfill our strategic plan and goals. And so while this is additional revenues into this department, I think it is in alignment with achieving those longer strategic goals. And for me, it's very much moving from horse and buggy to maybe closer to hybrid technology. It's just IT is so much more than getting rid of the viruses on our computers anymore, and I go to these conferences and I always think, well, this is where someone else should be, not me, because there's all sorts of vendors talking about the newest and the best programs, and I wouldn't be the one to sort them out or try to recommend one over the other, but I know the capacities are just growing exponentially, and what we can do for the public and for our own service, we need to be there. It's just silly. We as a board request, demand a lot from our departments, from all of our departments, and then to not really give them the tools that they need to do that effectively without increasing personnel. I think you have to give people better tools then if you would like to demand a lot. So I'm okay with this. I'd like to see us continue to keep track of it very carefully. We are establishing a new baseline, and the transition is going to have unexpected costs, just like the fee to use the dark cable was a little bit of an unexpected cost in this transition. But I do think we have a new baseline, and we can track the measured results, efficiency results, quality results, and service to the public from these investments. So I'm on board.
Any other comments?
Got the nod. All right.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to high-performing county leaders, teams, and employees. I'm standing in for Danette today, who is wrapped up with open enrollment meetings.
The next 4 slides are slides that you have seen before in our initial budget kickoff meeting, showing the changes in FTE that we have made mid-year 2014, and now are proposing for the 2015 budget. 7.5 FTEs were added throughout the course of 2014, and we are proposing 5.71 new FTEs, or increase in FTE, for 2015. Roughly half of this FTE change is either replacing services that were otherwise provided through contracts or services that have a revenue source to cover them, like the fleet mechanic for the Aspen Fire Department. You have seen these as we've gone through the three different strategic core focus areas of our budget. We've gone through them in more detail. We have the clerk and recorder that you heard this morning, a restructure for recording, and FTE increases in motor vehicle. Facilities, moving the admin assistant from 3 to 5 days a week in order to keep up with all of the facilities projects that are upcoming. BITS, which we just saw, half of their positions are to replace services that were previously provided by the city, and then we also have the increase in business process analysts. Community Development added 2 positions mid-year 2014 to keep up with the increased workload. Senior Services has a very small increase for their assistant cook. Fleet is hiring a mechanic, which is revenue neutral. The Aspen Fire Department is paying for that position. And then Public Works, the project engineer manager, which replaces contract services. Questions on the FTEs? The next slides are just a recap of our historical FTEs showing the trends through the years, the distribution between our funds, and between the different areas of the county.
So this slide presents an overall summary of how total compensation has been budgeted. The main difference from the 2014 adopted budget to 2015 is through 2016 and 19, the out years, we're budgeting a 3.25% pay increase for employees, and it had been at 3%. And this will just be able to help us stay competitive in the marketplace. We wanted to begin to allocate that much so we can increase those pay increases if possible. It's a budgeted amount for the out years. The 3% plus the 0.5% for 2015 was already what was projected in the 2014 budget.
Phyllis, could you remind me that the 3.2% pay increase pool, it's a pool based on not only cost of living but merit, so it would vary. Not everyone across the board would be seeing that. Some would be higher, some might be lower.
That's an HR project right now, is to develop a merit performance management system. So we are hoping to begin that next year, and it would perform just like you described. That's our goal. In the past, we've had a variety of ways to allocate those dollars. It is a pool. It's not that every employee gets a 3.5% or 3% increase.
So, but would every employee get a cost of living as part of that, as a portion of that 3.5%, or no?
That hasn't been decided yet, calculated. Yeah. We'll look at what the market conditions are at the time when we're trying to make those decisions.
So I know we have a committee that discusses this, of various departments and that sort of stuff. My question is, why the decision to go from 3% to 3.25%? Our financial advisory board, does a lot of research on cost of living increases, and over the next 5 years, it ranges from 2.5 to 2.3. There's 1 year that's 2014 was 2.7. So why the increase from 3 to 3.25? I'm going to throw a couple of other questions because it may all be answered at the same time here. I know that we've done through our HR department an indication that we are going to be looking at recategorizing all of the employees into fewer different levels of categorization, which when something like that happens, compensation packages get looked at in terms of how people fall into those various ranges. I'm very much in favor of the strategy that we've taken in past years regarding the 0.5% market corrections, because we have found, and there has been evidence showing, that various employees, there have been, like we were talking about earlier, turnover or need to compensate to attract in various departments. And that was a way of saying, well, here's an individual or a job title that needs that increase to be competitive elsewhere, which may not necessarily exist in a different department of the county. So those three things kind of combined, I'm kind of looking for an answer as to why we went from 3 to 3.5 as a suggestion, or 3.25 as a suggestion. Those three things being the cost of living increase calculated by our FAB board is around 2.2, 2.3 for the next 5 years looking outward. We are going to be doing some restructuring with the restructuring of job sections. I forgot what the term was with that. And why not just continue to use the strategy that we've been using, which has been, I think, very wisely used, which is that 0.5 market correction aspect to things, as opposed to looking to a generally across the board increase.
So, Rob, just real quick on a few of those. This is a pool that can be applied. What we had originally budgeted in the 5-year plan in 2015 was that 3% pool with 0.5% for market corrections. What we're anticipating is that we are going to continue to be in a more competitive job market. Relative to the consumer price index, which I think is what you're looking at from the Financial Advisory Board, one of the things you have to be really careful about comparing that, that's not really a local measure. That's a measure of consumer prices in the Denver-Boulder area and includes consumer goods that aren't produced locally, not necessarily even produced in the country, right? There's a lot of elements that go into that consumer price index, and that consumer price index tends to be at a lower rate in general because of those broader economies of scale, if you will, than what you see particularly in a valley like ours, where cost of living tends to go up or go up quicker and be higher to begin with. And so we've looked at our peer organizations. This is very much in line with where our main competitors for employees and professional level positions are also budgeting. We believe it is in line with providing funding to keep up with cost of living, but also allow employees who are performing well and who have been with us to get a little bit ahead of that cost of living curve. If you're just keeping up with CPI, you're never getting ahead. And so we wanted an opportunity to maybe allow our employees to get ahead a little bit, even though that CPI measure probably isn't a great one for this valley. And so this really, the 3.25, we looked at a number of options, including 4%, which has been historically what the organization has budgeted prior to the Great Recession, right? We looked at that. We looked at 3.5, and we actually looked at what did we think we could afford given the other priorities that the organization felt was important, particularly on the infrastructure investments, and still leave an operating surplus at the end of our 5-year plan that we thought gave us a little bit of cushion should things not turn out the way we did. So to be honest with you, this 3.25 number is a combination of trying to recognize the dynamics of this valley, the competitive market, and what could we afford as an organization going forward. I don't know if that
that
answers your
my
question.
You didn't. The one thing you didn't touch on,
Yeah.
which I know there's really no answer, so
I won't give you one.
Is
then.
how the restructuring thing is going to affect compensation packages as they go forward, going from 27 or whatever it is different categories of pay scale within our organization to, I think the recommendation was like 6 or something like that. Generally, people don't like to take pay cuts, but they don't mind when people get bumped into a structure above. And that's going to be a challenging transition if that moves forward. And it'd be nice to have a buffer worked in, for that to be part of it. And that's why that market correction piece adds to that. I mean, I'm honestly not proposing that it be less. I'm proposing that it be more. I'm proposing that it be 3% with a 0.5% market correction possibility, which would be 3.5%, which would be greater pay if that for the overall organization, but it gives you more flexibility. And I know there is some flexibility in terms of the merit based, and that not everybody gets the 3.25. Some people get a 2% increase. Some people get the 3.25% increase. But I think the market correction piece that we've put in here has been very successful.
I agree.
I think and we've looked at that through our HR department several times, and how successful that is in departments where there has been greater deficiencies than other departments. And it has a lot to do with the expectations of the employees too. So, and I'm not opposed to the plan that's been put out. And like I said, I wasn't really advocating to have less of an increase. I was kind of advocating to have potentially more of an increase, have the 2 years, 17 and 16, be bumped all up in the first year with a correction aspect of it. But that was just my thought process when thinking about this.
There is room in the 5-year plan within the surpluses to do a little bit more here. The balance is what buffer are we comfortable maintaining? Because I think, as you point out, Rob, this wasn't tied to that strategy so much as what could we afford given our other priorities, and leave that buffer and still recognize that we're seeing increased pressures on our pay plan.
Yeah. Thank you. And I just wanted some background on it more than anything else. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks for that, Rob. I guess I'm looking at this slightly differently in that 0.25 in the out years of 2016 through 2019 increase over what we adopted last year is more of a long-term planning tool for that flexibility, and it's not perhaps leading anyone along that, we're going to be doing really big adjustments this coming year or the year after, but it does add a little more room into that budget than we had in the 2014 adopted budget. I think it's pretty conservative, frankly, and we'll find out as time goes by, year to year, how we are able to contain those costs, whether the health insurance projections come through or not, or what. I think that perhaps later, it doesn't have to be today, it could be part of budget wrap-up, doesn't have to be, but I'd love to kind of do that sort of review we had before with Human Services. That is, what is the average age of our workforce, or what percentage of our workforce is within 5 years of retirement, that type of overview of the longer term health of the employee. What are our kind of annual rates of turnover? And again, I know that goes up and down based on both positions at times and competitiveness of the market workforce. So I think just having those as a grounding for us is always something that helps me going forward. The other thing is, again, I think it's a bigger discussion, not necessarily part of this budget, but I think looking at that and having a larger conversation about do we need to become more aggressive as a county with an affordable housing plan for future retention. I mean, most of this is laying the groundwork to say, what is the county's workforce in 10 years? And we're probably not going to ever be able to do it via salary alone, or it's so much salary going to a given employee, but it doesn't necessarily buy the long-term asset that the county could have in some housing stock. And while it's really painful and it's expensive and it may not fit into the other infrastructures that we're trying to improve right now, it's something we need to definitely look at and to have some sort of action plan going forward. But otherwise, I'm okay with this plan as presented.
Steve?
I had a conversation with a gentleman about our budget, and I said the budget process was going quite well. This was somebody over on the East Slope. It wasn't a local person, but he said, yeah, it's really easy to do a budget when things are on the upswing with the economy. He said, when you get into a recession period, it's way, way harder to do a budget. So we're in really a good position right now. But then I was looking at the total number of FTEs we have projected, and I was just wondering this is a couple slides before where you have the totals, but the low point looks like in 2011 where we had the least number of employees. But previous to 2009, what was the maximum number of FTEs that the county had at any one point?
I don't have that number here with us today, but we can bring that back for you.
Yeah, I was just curious how many, when we had to do the severe cutbacks in staffing, how many people did we?
There have been swings up and down historically. In 2001, there were a number of layoffs and there was a decrease in FTEs, and then it slowly built back up. And then again in the last recession, it took a year or two to fully adjust, but there was the decrease and then moving back up again. So it is a cyclical number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm mindful of that when, we're adding staffing now.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully during my tenure we won't have to get rid of the staff we're adding now. But I realize that's sometimes the economic reality that has to happen.
And that's part of the reason we have the buffer in. If you look at our 5-year plan, we do have a surplus, which gives a little bit of room for fluctuations before we have to make any precipitous decisions. We're also maintaining a very healthy fund balance relative to most counties, which protects us from having to make precipitous decisions. But if we do come into a new reality, as we've done in the past, we'll make adjustments that are necessary. A lot of the FTEs that we're adding, some of them are new services, no question about that, and new scope, as we just talked about with IT. A number of them are replacing services that we are already paying for through another venue, and so in a way that's not adding as much cost net. It's just providing a different model for how we do that. So we've tried to protect that kind of concern, Steve, by having those operating surpluses and also maintaining adequate fund balance, even with our aggressive infrastructure program.
Steve, I would note just to comment on one of your comments, and I think I'll say that I think our staff and the budgeting people and each department head do a very good job looking very closely at their budgets on how they can save the county money. So this comment has no reflection on that. But the budgeting process in a hard year is very challenging because it's challenging to make hard cuts. The budgeting process in an upswing is potentially even more challenging because you still have to know how to save money. Spending money not wisely just because you have it doesn't mean spend money. So you still have to take the scrutiny. If you've got lots of money in the bank, it's hard to take the scrutiny and say, do we really need to spend this? But if you say, oh, well, we have it, let's spend it. So there are challenges in a down year and there are challenges in an up year. So as we are moving into an up year and an up economy, and we are looking forward at our 5-10-year plans with tremendous amount of spending needed to do the services at the airport, to do the services with facility, to do the services within our Health and Human Services Department. Every little bits of savings that we do when we have money is crucial to look at those. And that's challenging when we say, oh, we have it, let's spend it. And again, I want to reiterate that I don't think that that's the way our county runs. I think our county is very efficient. I think our county provides great services. But as policymakers, we need to be cautious to spend money wisely and to still make those judgment calls in the good years and the bad years.
And I'm just being conscious of time here. We still have some major things to get through. Should we go to the decision point? And then,
We could skip health insurance and bring it back next week and move to the airport.
yeah, so let's go to the decision point and just make sure we've got a nod.
So you'll see on the decision point, there's the merit increase pool for the out years. The one-time request for human resources is consulting services at a rounded cost of $50,000. With the major initiatives they are working on, the classification, the performance management system, they're going to need some outside assistance from consultants. And then here is a technology request, which is a software for HRIS, which is HR Information Services, as well as an ongoing fee for that in the out years, which is approximately $50,000, is just what we're targeting. We're looking at a business process analyst, helping with looking at what these options are for HR. Right now, there really isn't a good way through all the various databases and systems they have to get good data on making decisions regarding leave usage, regarding performance appraisal ratings, succession planning, and those are the kind of pieces. Training is another big one that an HRIS system lets you aggregate into one place so you can get good data. Our current Eden system is really a finance system that allows HR data to be captured, but it's not real easy to report out of it. So that's what we're looking at. Hopefully it could come in less, but we looked at what the varieties are out there, and this is our targeted dollar amount.
I'm okay.
I'm going to suggest jumping ahead to slide 38 and not doing all the pieces on healthcare. We've talked about some of these and various. Is that the right one I wanted to get to?
Yeah, just a quick reminder, though, if the board or other employees have not yet gone to an open enrollment meeting, there are a few meetings left, and it's very beneficial to get that information about the changing health insurance plans.
And there was one slide about out years for health insurance costs, and the change was to make it 5% each year, which is actually what we're going to experience next year, where we had targeted in the prior year a 7% increase. So we're doing something right.
We're getting there now. I would note for the board that within the health fund, so it's not coming out of the general fund, but funds out of the health fund for health insurance and such. We do have $150,000 budgeted to participate with the VHA initiatives. Valley Health Alliance initiatives on the population health models. And that's really to fund our pilot program over the next 3 years, our participation with the other 5 employers to try and develop some models to bring down per capita costs for our employee populations. And so if we're successful, this $150,000 is going to look like a very small amount in the future. There's a risk to it that, if this were an easy nut to crack, somebody would have done it already. Communities would have figured this out by and large. And so We do continue in those efforts. I just want you to know within our health fund, we do have some funds budgeted to participate in the health fairs and in the health risk assessments and the various initiatives that we have going on now.
Okay, next, the sustainable economy and employment section of the core focus area and the airport.
I'm going to turn this over to Brian very quickly, but I think, oh, sorry, Connie. I think you'll find that the discussion around the airport 2015 budget and 5-year plan is very much in line with what you've been hearing from the rest of the organization. There's a lot of emphasis on infrastructure renewal and modernization, whether that be on the airfield side, the facilities on site, and also in terms of technology. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian Griefey.
Good morning. I'm Brian Griefey, Assistant Aviation Director for Administration at the airport. I'll be presenting the 2015 budget proposal. Just a brief outline over what I'll be covering. I'll be going through it relatively quickly, but feel free to stop me if you have any questions along the way. So we'll hit on the accomplishments for this year, 2014. Talk about the 2015 themes, the Big Rock themes that John mentioned. Industry trends, opportunities, and challenges. The actual budget itself for 2015. Decision point on the buy-up requests, the 5-year plan, and then any questions that you may have at the end. Any questions before we get started? So 2014 accomplishments, probably the biggest one that you all are aware of is the Future Air Service Study and its phases. Through 2014, we completed phase 1, 2, and have a good start on 3. If you recall, phase 1 was looking at what will be replacing the CRJ 700 and if we, in fact, do have a problem, i.e. the plane is being retired. Found out it was. I won't get into details on that. That'll be for December 16th. Phase 2 is looking at the airfield, how we could accommodate any additional aircraft. And then phase 3 was really 2 components, the outreach to the community, and we'll be presenting that to you on December 16th, and an updated ALP that will go into 2015, probably the first quarter. We received a grant for the terminal environmental assessment, really a big first step forward. I appreciate all your support on that in developing a new terminal that will have 25% design in that, so it'll be able to answer a lot of the questions that are out there in the community. We were able to purchase a new runway broom that will be delivered here actually in the next couple weeks. Porter stand, that is the curbside check-in, improvements to that. Walkway, this is really just a nature path to Atlantic. You've seen it in some other areas of the airport, and there's a picture on other slides, but it's really well received by workers and the public. Started a new rental car agreement, 3-year agreement. I think I was in front of you a week or 2 ago about that, so you're familiar with that. And new terminal advertising in the airport terminal.
Brian, where is the walkway to Atlantic? Is it along the road or?
It is closer to the fence. If you notice the berm that goes kind of between the fence and the road, it's really kind of on top of that. It kind of cuts over both sides. You get a nice view.
And is that for pedestrian traffic?
It is.
Traffic
Yep.
between the terminal and Atlantic?
That's correct. It also extends to the rental car lots too, so you can get to the bus station stop from there.
So there's a safe access from Atlantic all the way through the airport.
That's
to
correct.
to the bus station.
Seasonally. It's not maintained in the winter.
It's not maintained.
Major capital improvements that were completed this year, pavement maintenance and wash pad reconstruction. Kind of the highlight on that is over the last 2 years, we've had a chance to maintain really all of the pavements on the airfield. So the airfield's looking in as good a condition as it ever has right now, and that's good news. The top is just a picture of what it looks like with a nice black runway. That is an example of our new broom, not the actual one since it's still being delivered. And then the one piece of concrete we have on the airfield, this was the last piece of airfield that hasn't been reconstructed really in the last 8 to 10 years. That started with the east side development. So that was a nice kind of cap to that pavement maintenance project over the last master plan.
What's the inset photo there?
The smaller one?
Yeah.
That is the previous concrete, just shows that it was broken up and spalling.
So that signifies the condition of the old pad, more or less, and the larger photograph is the new pad.
It's been replaced. That's exactly it. Yep, before and after. Just highlighting our terminal advertising. This is that walkway towards Atlantic that we briefly discussed. And then another before and after picture of the porter stand, the curbside check-in.
What's the percentage of curbside check-in versus check-in at the counter?
It's an estimate. I've talked with the porters, but 10 to 20%, and it varies seasonably.
10 to 20% is of the total check-in occurs at the curbside check-in.
Correct. So themes, this is the Big Rock theme that is prevalent through the entire budgeting process in 2015. Two topics that I want to highlight. First one is infrastructure renewal and modernization. So what we have identified there is the terminal area, east side environmental assessment. Now that is a 2014 budget item. It'll actually be a little later on this afternoon that we talk about that, but the majority of the money will be spent in 2015, so I figured it was prudent to highlight that. Along the same topic with infrastructure renewal is the airfield geometry environmental assessment. That is what, if anything, we do to the runway and separation standards that we have. IT systems, again, common theme throughout the 2015 budget. With that, and you'll see it in the buy-up request, it's really just replacing existing technology in 2 instances and then a new piece of technology. Then equipment replacement. We're looking at getting 2 pieces, replacement pieces of snow removal equipment in accordance with our replacement plan. That is an Oshkosh plow and an Oshkosh blower.
Brian, how can we call it airfield geometry? What does that mean?
You can call it a number of different things. It's just kind of a term that's stuck. It really has to do with the separation between the taxiway, the runway, potential runway, or taxiway Bravo, the second FBO. It's really how it all fits together. So geometry seemed appropriate.
Or geography. I mean, what we're talking about is modifications on the ground, right?
Exactly. Second theme is people. This is a buy-up request for an enhanced aircraft rescue and firefighting response. What it means is really 2 additional on-call ARF responders. The story behind that is kind of an exciting one to tell. The plan is to hire, we'll hire the most qualified person in accordance with our procurement plan, but I guess the intention is to go out to our local fire protection districts, mutual aid responders, and train up to 2 of those people in aircraft rescue and firefighting. Does a number of things that's really beneficial for the community and the airport. One, airfield familiarization. That's always a positive with radio communications and everything that goes on with operations on the airport. Also will assist in a better mutual aid response. We'll be able to cover, or there'll be a stronger surge capacity if there ever is an incident. There will be more qualified people to respond, and better qualified, I should say. Also, the real, part where this shines is in the turnover and/or sick days, vacation days that we have throughout the year. This person will be able to fill in on shifts to maintain that familiarization and cover that. You'll see later on in slides when we get to the buy-up requests that there is an offset on savings. There's a real conservative on the savings that we expect. We fully expect it to be higher than what's predicted here. So that's a good news project, I guess, that we're working on.
So, Brian, are you talking about including mountain rescue in that or not? They're right across from the airport. they do rescue. I mean, I don't know. It just seems like we don't want to exclude that asset.
I think we're looking, at least initially, Michael, if there's firefighting training and capability and expertise already at a base there, then I think that's something we could look at. What we're looking at is bringing somebody with that base level of experience, particularly with firefighting and potentially I guess it'd be EMS kind of skills, and then training them to the airport standards on top of that. And so I think if there are those individuals with those types of qualifications at Mountain Rescue, we'd be open to that also.
But they need to know that you're open to it. That's all I'm saying.
Any other questions on themes?
Yeah, one question. The airfield geometry environmental assessment, the way we had looked at that is in two different pieces. We looked at the west side and the runway. And you've just got it listed here as one piece. So
Yep.
Curious as to...
Well, just I think, are you talking about, we have the east side and terminal
so three different
environmental
pieces.
assessment.
We have the one that we're doing right now, and then we have...
The airfield would be one. So looking at the taxiways and the runway would all be one environmental assessment together.
So the timeline that we looked at several months ago actually had that as two different environmental assessments and two different construction periods.
It had the terminal area, so the east side, and then the airfield. And then the FBO is actually a bid process. That it wasn't an environmental assessment. That would have all been considered in the airfield environmental assessment. It's a lot of pieces to keep track of.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's, again, I know it's longer term than next 2015's budget, but we are looking at these things, and there are things that are pressing about the airport in terms of being able to have the construction process happen in a non-impactful way, which is not year-round. We can't close down the airport to do something. But through the last several months, a lot of time on the street, a lot of people have been talking about having the focus be more on the runway than the west side development, and making sure that there are small impacts to the commercial service that we rely on from an economic standpoint and those sorts of things, and potentially not having those two together or having the runway happen before the second FBO. And I know there are some challenges to that, and I know there were some reasons behind that, but I really hope it's something that the board in future years, or sooner than later, looks at as a possibility as to how to manage that construction schedule over the next 7 to 10 years, and making sure that the runway takes a priority over the second FBO and other aspects to the airport, so that it doesn't impact the commercial operations. George?
Can we go back a second? Unless you're going to cover this more in depth, but we have time on the temporary employee program for the aircraft rescue and firefighting. So these are 2 temps on call, and you've got a dollar budgeted for that. So what does that mean when you say we're budgeting for 2 temps on call? I don't understand that.
So there'll be a fixed dollar amount, and great question. To get them fully trained up to the standards for aircraft rescue and firefighting, they'll need to go to training. We generally send folks off-site for that. There's time associated with that. But then also we looked at kind of our historical usage on sick leave, overtime, and looked at how many of these positions we actually would be filling. So the intention would be not purely on call. They would periodically fill full shifts to, one, gain experience, because you can't come in without, the training that's needed. So that the number that's in there would give a reasonable amount of kind of seat time, and
I understand the budget for the training, and perhaps a budget for when someone is needed in terms of an emergency, but won't it be difficult to find someone to come in for a replacement for 2 weeks when someone else is on vacation, if that person has their own full-time job? I'm just trying to see how that's going to mesh with one's personal schedule.
Yeah,
That's going to vary depending on whether somebody's full-time paid or volunteer, and what. I think it's an opportunity for us to experiment to see if we can leverage these community assets. Obviously, if we can't find anyone, we'll have to go back to the drawing board. But we think that given the nature of our community and seasonal employment or what have you, that we'll have opportunities to find somebody that can fill that role.
Steve?
I had questions about that also. You don't increase your FTEs above 25, and yet we're adding 2 part-time staff people in effect is what it sounds like, but not adding on to the FTEs on the bottom line. And also, I presume when an Aspen Fire Department volunteer who's working at the airport is working at the airport, and then there's a fire call in town, he's not going to run off to meet what he thinks is his other obligation to respond to a fire call. Is that a fair assessment?
absolutely. We have minimum staffing requirements with the FAA regulations that we're under, so we would have those understandings that they couldn't leave if they're filling a shift.
And then why aren't the part-time positions adding on part FTE? Just leaving the FTE the same at 25.
I may have to.
So right now, those would be, as we'd anticipate them, I think they'd either be contract positions more. So contract positions don't count towards FTE positions. They're not necessarily county employees. They're contracted for service or for temporary service in the case of covering vacations and that sort of thing. And so it's a way of creating capacity without necessarily having that same employment relationship.
Okay.
Now, if that's kind of a technical
Would
answer
it
to the question.
perhaps lead into having more FTEs at some point if the
potentially,
program really worked well?
If the program really worked well and we saw it as advantageous to have the same, because these individuals may contract kind of on a rotating basis to George's point, or get them trained up and they're with us for a season and then move on and we're training up somebody else and they're with us for a season. So there's kind of a temporary nature, I think, associated with that. If we find that, well, no, actually we have people that want to get trained up and have this flexibility on an ongoing basis, we may come back to you guys and have that discussion about whether they should be contract or employees. But right now, I think to George's point, this is an opportunity for us to see if this kind of relationship works. It's kind of a surge capacity, if you will.
Rachel?
Yeah, thanks. I'd just like to say I think it's really an innovative approach to creating more qualified individuals within the community as a whole and a greater depth of knowledge, and more than happy to kind of see how it plays out in the next couple of years. But when we think back to both the apprehension and then pride in our agency at the airport when we had that crash last year, this is a really good move in my mind, and keep our safety standards, above the minimums, if we can, and continue to work that way. So I'm all for it. I think it's very innovative of you to have branched out that way.
I was going to suggest we've got a lot of industry trends that we may be covering in future discussions. I'm wondering if we may want to jump ahead to the 5-year plan and just the rest of the buy-up requests, given our time constraints, if the board's okay with that. So that would be jumping ahead to slide 57, I think, in your packets. I have a feeling you'll see some of this information again. Boy, all those fly-ins, that's a lot of clicks to get through there. There we go.
Okay, so this is the 2015 budget summary. To start out, I want to highlight really three areas as it relates to the top section, airport revenue, and that is indicated in the asterisk below. Starting in 2015, we changed how we allocate two things, CFCs and PFCs, just because it tells really a better story.
And the initials stand for?
Thank you. Customer facility charges. Those are the charges, facility charges, like the name indicates, for rental cars, a per day fee. Right now it stands at $5.50 per day. Historically, those have been budgeted in grants, capital, other category. We moved those up into CFCs, customer facility charges, into rental cars. And that really is the increase, or at least $600,000 of the increase you see there. The other is additional revenue, one from the new rental car operator, Go Rentals, and then also based on the performance on 2014, which was significantly higher than what we anticipated. We're looking to see some of those benefits in 2015 as well. Airline revenues, and that's the passenger facility charges. That's the $4.50 charge that you have on a sale of an airline ticket. That's shown in airline revenues, and that's really all of the difference that you see between 14 and 15, with a modest increase shown for terminal. I think we showed 2.5%, and then landing fees 4% increase on that. That'll be coming to the board in a later work session for 2015 increases. The other major highlight areas on that in terms of revenues are, well, there really aren't too terribly many. General aviation, it's just trends that we've seen, parking slightly higher. Any questions on revenues before we move into expenses?
So the, I know it's relatively small to your larger budget, but the fees for the internet broadband service that's at the operations center, is that rolled in under rental car revenues, or is that just general revenues now?
All of the Wi-Fi?
The leasing, lease these to one of the internet providers?
Yep. So AT&T and ITT Excelis, thank you for bringing that up. That is under, actually we have that under terminal concessions, just because there isn't an AOC category.
I was just kind of wondering where it came in. Thank you.
Michael. There's always, within the community, we shouldn't have as many cars in the community. We should discourage cars. We have too many cars. And then what's been suggested to me is that the revenues are so great from rental cars at the airport that we're conflicted in as much as we don't want to lose those revenues, but are those revenues then contributing to congestion? And so, I don't expect you to answer that question now, but I think it's an ongoing community question about what are we meeting our goals by having rental concessions? Does the amount of money, $2 million plus, would we ever give that up? I mean, what are we doing? So I think that's a community question that we need to have answered in some way, or to demonstrate in some way that we're in line with community goals, but we're also protecting our revenues in some way that's, I'm not sure. But that's a question I get.
Yeah. Rob?
Yeah, Rachel?
I appreciate the question, Michael, and I've heard it repeated over the years. And, the challenge is that the rental car companies simply go off property. If there's a business model and there's demand and there's a market and someone's going to make money, and there already are rental companies off property as well, but it's that classic squeeze the balloon and it comes out somewhere else. I would hate to see rental car companies starting to lease more and more commercial businesses at the airport business center so that they can make their money while we're, quote, prohibiting or limiting or reducing the number at the airport. And that was the case in the past, where a number of companies would keep their cars down at Basalt, bring them up when people had demand, and then you're basically putting more cars on the road to bring them up to Basalt, bring them back to Basalt to store them and things like that. So, it has been something that we've discussed in the past, but that's part of the issue is we don't control the private market off property of the airport, and all you would have is really the airport itself losing the revenue and not necessarily a really impact on people's traveling behavior or patterns. And I think the best asset we have is the airport being here so people can fly in and be told, you don't have to take a car. There's a great transportation system, and hopefully the new airport layout will make that even more attractive to people to use. But when you're buying your lift tickets online with the ski company, they get a commission by hooking you up with a rental car at the same time. And, it is clearly conflicting goals, but it's also better that people fly in here than drive a car all the way up from Denver, which is also what happens sometimes too. So people can rent the car, whether it's flying into the Eagle Airport and then driving over and driving back. I just don't think we've ever found that the airport itself is a tool for changing that consumer behavior. But to the extent we can work within our budget at the airport to promote more of the concept that you can use mass transit when you're here and you don't need to rent a car, I'm totally in support of that.
Actually, there were some fascinating trends that I discovered in going through this RFP process that the board may be interested in. One, and I think you've heard this all before, is first-time visitors to Aspen, they generally will fly in and rent a car if they're using the airport. Second, third, fourth time, they don't. They find out about the public transportation system that we have, and it's free from the airport, and utilize that more. Also, the real key item that I came away with through this process was there's a number of citizens in the city of Aspen, Snowmass, etc., that don't have vehicles. It's just more convenient not to have it. And when they go on vacation, they'll come out to the airport, rent a vehicle, and just use it for that drive and drop it off when they're done. And that was neat to see. That goes to the initiative that the community is very interested and invested in.
Yeah, I think it's something maybe to follow up down the road.
Expenses, I'll just highlight the real differences there. ARF, that's Airport Rescue and Firefighting. That really indicates the buy-up request and the differences there. Roadway, you'll see a significant decrease. That is because of the pavement maintenance project we did in 2014. It was budgeted in that category. We completed it, don't need to do it in 2015. So that's the savings you see there. Airfield is the de-icing pad. If you recall, we constructed that 2 years ago. The business model we budgeted in 2014 had a company that would come on the airport, haul it off for next to nothing, and recycle it. Fortunately, that company is no longer in business, so we have to go back to our older model. There is some good news. It's still higher concentration, so the volume is less, but we do have to budget those dollars back in. Airport Operations Center, that is primarily, there's a number of different things on that, but it's mostly centered around the replacement schedule. We've got a number of units that are due to be replaced, specifically overhead doors, the fire alarm system, and some flooring replacement in that building. Let's see. Security, 41% increase. That is the buy-up request. Again, you'll see that in the next slide. Administration, almost 10%. That's legal fees associated with procurement of the SEC and FBO that you may be expecting. And then just capital, other expenses. Those are capital projects that is kind of a start from scratch budget every year. The items that are highlighted in that are 2 pieces of equipment, the blower and the broom we discussed, and then also the environmental assessment for the west side, or airfield geometry, excuse me. So this is the 5-year plan as it sits today. This is really just one scenario that we are highlighting. It's based on what was developed in the 2012 master plan. So there are a lot of assumptions in that. Particularly, I'd like to highlight 2017 jumps from roughly almost $14 million in revenue to $21 million. That would be income generated from a second FBO.
and everything associated with that. Also, between 2018 and 2019, you see a very large jump. That would be some sort of financing for terminal and renewal on that.
So how is what is that, 14 million to 21.5 million? How is $7,000 in 1 year allocated to the revenue from a second FBO? We had calculated about $2 to $3 million worth of revenue from FBO.
There would be some financing options per the master plan that would have to be implemented, whether that's COPs or what have you, that would show up on the revenue side and then be expensed out as a debt payment.
So it's not just the second FBO, it's actually financing for infrastructure that would be coming in as revenue. Okay, because, yeah.
And grants.
And grants, yeah.
And grants and stuff. That's the start of the major construction thing, but that revenue, a small portion of that revenue increase is really the FBO
and again,
lease.
This is not, these are placeholders at this point. None of this, this is according to the airport layout plan, which is not designed or what have you. So these are placeholders at this point and still depend on us going through environmental assessments, still depend on having findings of no significant impact and a design that the board and the community can accept. So these are placeholders at this point.
I don't think it's
master planning process.
I don't think it's all that crucial because it is down the road. I mean, obviously we have some time constraints to start moving forward on some of these things as we've discussed around the airport, long-term planning. But in future budgets, I think it would be helpful to future boards that apples and oranges not be mixed together, and we see airport operations revenue, special project A revenue expenses, special project B revenue and expenses, because then looking out into 2019, we have revenues of $70 million. So obviously the grants, the FAA grants is a big piece of that, and our anticipation is that the FAA will be granting us a great deal of money to move forward with these projects. But it's mixing apples and oranges on these long-term budget aspects. Rachel, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a footnote for our longer-term planning. I was listening to the NPR stories just yesterday that because fuel prices have been going down so radically and are projected to stay down, that the fuel taxes are also going down pretty radically, that the Department of Transportation collects from aviation fuel, and that the grant fund that will return to Colorado airports, I seem to recall the numbers were like it used to be around 27 million, and this year coming up it's going to be 3 million. But they're just really reducing that. So we don't need that exact number in here now. I noticed there was a small grant in our budget projections for next year. It wasn't too much. But I think we really need to be very cautious of that source as we look to the future improvements and renovations at the airfield.
And that's a real timely comment. Actually, we had a slide on that we can go back to. Well, we can just highlight it here. We did receive information from Colorado Division of Aeronautics, Department of Transportation, Division of Aeronautics, that they are cutting their program from approximately $15 million to $3 million for 2015. Why, what, all those questions are still out there. Don't really have the answer right now. Actually, they're meeting with the Division of Aeronautics group today or tomorrow to get some answers to those questions. But we did need to make some changes. For example, we had identified a additional parking area, more or less for helicopters in 2015, that previously the state had indicated they would be interested in funding as a standalone project at approximately 90%. As a result of this, we pulled this out of our capital improvement plan, and really now the plan, at least for the next few years, because of this, is to look at matches. The board may recall that the eligible projects, the FAA will fund at 90%, and the state can fund a match of remaining, so up to 5%. And that's really what we've identified in our CIP moving forward as a result of this.
Thank you.
Michael?
Yeah, one of the problems with projecting these budgets is that if somebody were to just somebody get this sheet and say, well, it's a fait accompli. Look what they've budgeted these various years for these projects. So what's the point, So I think there needs to be an asterisk there to say what it actually is, rather than, and I know it says projected, but that's still not enough of a qualifier for what these figures are, because the public's concerned about expansion at the airport, and I don't want to heighten that concern by having these budget numbers without some sort of qualifier.
That's fair, and we can certainly do that in future 5-year.
Well said, Michael. I think it's something that I bring up every budget thing, and I brought it up with my meeting with John yesterday, is that we often go through these budget things, and they're placeholders for things that we want to do next year. And then we get to the meeting, and the first words out of staff mouth often is, well, you've budgeted for this. But it doesn't mean we vetted everything. And it's important going forward. I would encourage everybody to make sure that you vet the things that haven't been vetted fully during the budget process. We're already 5 minutes behind on our meeting today, and so we're not vetting things 100% in the budget process. We vet things as they come along and move forward. And specifically here, as you pointed out in the airport aspect, we will be vetting each one of these numbers year in, year out, and we don't necessarily make any decisions more than a year out. Actually, we can't, for state statute, make decisions more than next year's budget, and but it is kind of placeholders. But everything will be vetted fully, hopefully, by the future by future boards.
And if I could just
really like saying future boards, but
I may make one final comment just to fully address Michael's comment. I was concerned with exactly what you brought up. These numbers are, other than 14 and 15, which are last year and our current year budget, what was shown in the master plan. So these are numbers that the board has seen and actually taken action on, not to put new items in front. This will be fully updated and presented as part of the environmental assessments, and there'll be a detailed financial plan that comes out of that too.
Yeah, the public needs to know that. That's the problem.
Yeah. I think we better move ahead to our buy-up requests, and we've got one more item, a couple more items still coming after this.
We'll run through this relatively quickly, kind of glaze over the stuff we've already talked about. Aircraft gear dolly, we haven't discussed that yet. What that is really a platform on fully cast steering wheels that's built and designed to support the weight of an aircraft. We're looking at 2 of those to pull off damaged aircraft in the event of an accident or incident, collapse landing gear, etc., without causing further damage to the aircraft. Airfield reconfiguration environmental assessment, we've discussed that. I won't go into any more detail at this time. Same with on-call ARF personnel. Interactive employee training equipment, what that is an update to our existing training program. That was originally procured in 2007. It's running on XP. That's really the driving force right now, is that's no longer supported. It's time to update. Really the same story on the Quantum Secure upgrade. Apologize, I skipped down one, so I'm on the bottom. That is our security badging program. That was purchased 5 or 6 years ago. And again, time to upgrade that. The airport finance software, that's a new product that we do not have. That came a little bit out of our 2014 audit on a more detailed, structured program that can take into account our leases, insurance, accounts receivable, accounts payable. We did use a specific product for the budget, but we will be going through the full county procurement process with county finance to get the best product for the airport if approved. And what that looks like financially, I'll just jump forward to this slide. Those are all the same projects, but indicated on the format that you're more familiar in seeing.
George?
So go back on the aircraft recovery equipment. This is two pieces, and what have we used in the past?
Two pieces, they're really dollies on cast-steering wheels. In the past, we've done a number of different things. One, hook up a loader to the landing gear and pull it out with the owner's permission. If the landing gear is collapsed, we've used Atlantic Aviation and some of their tugs. The challenge with that is the tugs themselves, because they're under power, pull at different rates, and they're pretty powerful and geared relatively low. They could cause more damage to the aircraft than just almost like a wagon is really what the dollies are. So they're able to move independently, and then you pull from the front gear. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
George and then Steve. I'm sorry, Michael and then Steve.
Well, so how does that serve us? In other words, why not just throw a grappling hook through the windshield, drag the thing somewhere, and call it good? So we don't want to do that. Who's liable? I mean, you see on aircraft carriers where they just throw the aircraft over the side and continue operations. So what's the story? Give me a backstory here.
That's good insight. I mean, this is $120,000 that we really don't want to ever have to use. And to answer who's liable, that would really be up to the lawyers at the end of the day. I can't answer that right now. But it would be providing a quicker response, and that's really the main reason we're bringing it forward is, for instance, we had an aircraft that veered off this spring, I believe it was, and the time it takes to get that aircraft off the runway and the airport really opened up again would be reduced with this equipment. It has its own mounting equipment, almost like a winch, so you can hook it to the tires. It pulls it up one at a time, and then you can ship it off within 20-30 minutes, hopefully, definitely under an hour.
The value of the equipment is particularly during busy times. If we have aircraft that goes into the soft material or what have you, we've got the right equipment to move it quickly, safely, and appropriately without causing any further damage and raising these questions of who's liable. During the budget review team discussions, we talked about all of the above that Brian had talked about in terms of the equipment we have available at the airport. And there have also been other times where we've had to request use of one of these dollies when those pieces of equipment wouldn't work. I can't remember which airport those were coming from, but that takes quite a bit of time if you've got to do that kind of process. And so we felt that having this equipment on site for the rare occasions, and they are rare occasions, but it does happen where landing gear will collapse or an airplane will end up on soft shoulder side of the runway, that we can quickly get it moved so that normal operations at the airport can resume.
So what is the cost of downtime in the airport? What is an hour's worth of downtime? You can't have any flights out. You've shut down the airport because there's an off runway.
To the airport or to the community?
Well,
that's
what to the community, I guess. I mean,
yeah, and that's kind of it's. I don't know if you've got any numbers off the top. Yeah, that's gonna vary by season and such, but it also provides our employees at the airport the right tool for the job, and it is something that we have to do to clear off that airfield. I don't have an answer for you, Michael, on that side.
But it's huge from a community, from a public use. It's huge because that delay means missed connections, missed flights, overnight stays, frustrations, and everything else that goes with the beauty of air travel these days.
And it depends, and that's what we were saying. It depends when it happens or such, but and of course we never know when these things are going to happen. They're more likely to happen, I suppose, when you have more operations. But
so what's the lifetime of this dolly? I mean,
Most likely we'd be able, and this is one that we spec'd to know we'd be under budget, their budget numbers. We're looking to see if we can construct something for significantly less as well. Everything's on the table right now. We just want to have the budget to do it properly. But if we do purchase this specific piece that's budgeted, it's steel and wheels. We could almost reconstruct it as parts wear out indefinitely.
It's not a mechanically complicated, it's just a heavy-duty piece of equipment.
Right.
John, are we on a statutory deadline for our Board of Social Services quarterly meeting?
You do need to adopt the payroll, but we could.
But is that by the end of the year? Is it by within this quarter? Is that
we need to be doing that quarterly.
when? Well, I mean, my suggestion would be we've got a few more topics to talk about budget-wise, and we're 15 minutes over at this point. My suggestion would be, because Nan is not here, that we move the social services meeting to like the December 9th meeting, where we've got a couple of open slots still. And
most of the meeting is actually Marty and senior services. I actually think if we take a break and grab lunch after this decision point, we'll be able to get through the remaining two items on budget.
Yep. Steve, you had some.
Well, I had another question about the dollies. A redundant question about perhaps redundant equipment. I'm just curious why you're getting two. Is that because one of them might have a flat tire, so you need another one right away to retrieve a plane with a flat tire? Or why get two instead of just have one, or have Atlantic have one and you have one, so that could be your backup or something like that?
That's a great question. It is really designed, say if we had two landing gear collapse, if one collapses, it puts a lot of pressure on the other, so they kind of come in pairs. So how it would look is we would put both of these dollies underneath the main gears, or where they are, one on each side, and then a tug, say from Atlantic, would hook up to the front gear and then pull it. So there'd be really three positions to pull from.
Okay.
So we're at the decision point here for these buy-up requests. How say ye, board? Nods.
Is that a nod? So here's my suggestion is I know we're running out of energy and you guys can see lunch over my shoulder. So my suggestion would be for us to take about 10 minutes, grab our working lunch, come back. I think we can do translator fairly quickly. I would suggest doing the last two slides being the initiatives and the 5-year plan, and then go into the ambulance budget.
Can I just thank Brian for the best photographs of the budget? They're awesome.
Yeah.
I can't take any credit for that.
Thank you. That's sort of rococo art.
He sends a drone around to take the pictures.
No, this is Gloria on staff. She does a great job.
Well, thank Gloria.
Yeah. Does
Thank
that
you.
sound reasonable
That
to you
sounds
guys? And we've got lunch set up in the back if you want to grab some sandwiches, maybe come back to the table in 10 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Great.
Ready to do it?
Sorry.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. This is our Board of County Commissioners, Pickens County, Colorado, November 18th, 2014 meeting. We're going through budget stuff, and we're having a working lunch, so excuse us for eating at the table here.
So,
John?
Rob, in the interest of time, the next item, we have two more items to cover, the translator fund and ambulance. I was going to recommend skipping some of the background information on translator that's in your packet and move right to what would be slide 68. I can't believe you're already on slide 68 today. to talk about some of the initiatives and get right into the Translator Fund 5-year plan, if that's acceptable to the board.
Thank you.
Okay. Turn it over to John.
Yeah, the story from my perspective is one of really integrating the radio function and the translator function. There are two separate functions, translators for TV, FM, and broadband. Radio, of course, is for public safety primarily, but other operating departments as well. We're trying to bring all these together under one technical umbrella. We think there's a certain amount of mutual benefit that would be essentially a synergy between the three technologies. Phyllis can talk briefly about the broadband component. That's the most controversial in some respects, but also has the highest potential value.
Just we've been participating with Northwest COG on their development of broadband. A few counties are in the process, along with Pickens County, of putting out RFPs for actual asking for plans, real plans that we can read and understand for broadband development in the county. We identified some key areas east of Aspen, Redstone, including Marble. We've been asked by Gunnison County to include Marble because the easiest way to get to Marble is through Pickens County, as well as up the Crystal and into Thomasville and Meredith. A lot of it's for public safety on the cellular side because there's so little cellular service as you go into up our drainages, and there's a lot of calls for service. We keep thinking about accidents that happen at the grottos where there's no cell service. And so we identify some of those pieces as issues that we are looking to solve. Working with the Forest Service and Ski Company. Ski Company's working on cellular service there. We're working with the Forest Service to try and get power at Upper Red, which right now works on solar. It works, but it's not dependable in real cloudy weather. We're trying to get better batteries, but we've been told by consultants that power is the best way to go. So we're working on that in the coming year. American Tower put 2 land applications that were approved by the board. I know they have 1 building permit in ComDev. The TAB allocated 3 more broadcast licenses that you all were a part of and approved their recommendations. And then one of John's recommendations and priorities is identifying a mountaintop strategic plan, just what he was talking about, getting the synergy between radio, which is located on the same towers as our FM and TV translators, and we're looking at the potential for broadband and cellular. We've had another broadband wireless provider ask for some space on one of our towers, so we're trying to see how that fits in. Is there the right amount of space? Do we have the right amount of power? So that's all the pieces that we're looking at in a strategic plan.
Right, and the mountaintop strategic plan will deal with the facilities itself. Should the buildings be replaced? Should the towers be replaced? Should the broadcast and receive antennas be replaced? The answer is probably going to be yes. And the answer to the funding question is yes, there's sufficient fund balance to do that. We need to be standardized so that if we lose one part of one tower, we can have backups, standard backups. Right now, every tower is unique. The transmitters are unique, the receivers are unique, the tower construction is unique, which means that you have to solve one problem 8 times. So we're looking to standardize and get around that.
So, John, we're talking about existing mountaintop facilities.
Yes, we're talking about existing right at this point.
Okay.
The strategic plan will cover additional buildings. It's like we may decide that we want to build our own towers, or we may have American Tower build them. American Tower may own them. We don't know yet. That's why we're doing this strategic plan, to examine all the possibilities. The next slide, slide 69, just shows the numbers. And again, these, as we discussed before, these out-year numbers, 17, 18, 19, those are nominal numbers. The thing with the translator fund is that it's a relatively steady fund, unlike E911 that's going down. The fund balance there is going down because of usage pattern changes. The translator fund is really set by ordinance after a vote. And that's all we got on this. Any further questions or observations?
Yeah, I had two questions. The first thing I just wanted to point out is, once again, I think the interest income is not calculated properly here. It goes from 9,000 to 35 to 60,000, and the fund balance grows a little bit, but not that much. So there's a couple $100,000 extra, I think, calculated into interest income. So I don't know how that's being calculated into this spreadsheet. The other question that I had was more of a long-term philosophical question, which is, we do have a fund balance growing, and what is the strategic plan for the TV FM translator fund? Is there a big purchase project that that we should be looking for? Is there we go from about 1.3 million, I say $600,000 fund balance at the end of next year to a 2.2 million at the end of 2019, and what is it what's the long-term picture here that we're looking for? I mean, with things like the waste management, where we look for a replacement fund. I mean, are we looking for purchasing new sites? Are we?
Well, the answer to your question about usage philosophy is that we don't know. That's why we're doing the strategic planning process next year, looking toward the 2016 budget. But it runs a gamut from rebuilding every mountaintop to using barbed wire and chicken wire to keep them working. The range is that great. The strategic planning process takes into account the expressed community need, the known community need for these services, as well as budget reality. We don't want to start building a $250,000 structure and get to half of them done and discover we're out of money. So again, just as in the IT side, and this side, anything budgetary with major expenditures has to be very well planned and vetted and approved.
George,
a question on the labor for salaries. I don't understand why in 2015 we show a big bump, and then as you move out in the outgoing years, very little. So we have someone on salary now that's going to go on contractual. Is that why?
So the translator manager position that we have right now was originally approved for a 1-year period. It was not hired, or 1.5-year period, sorry. So that goes through the end of 2015. At that point, the only labor that you see in 2016 through 2019 is just for facilities support and any other services would need to be contracted out. So this is still part of the need to look at the whole strategic plan, forward moving, what are the needs going to be, and there could be changes coming through the course of 2015 as they go through their processes. But as it stands right now, that position would only be in through the end of 2015.
And that's one of the questions that the strategic plan will answer. Hire our own employees, hire only contractors, or some mix of the two.
Rachel?
Yeah. It's more of a comment than a question, but it seems that as the voters have given us approval to use this fund for implementation of broadband into underserved areas, that's one of the additional things that the fund balance is building towards and for, Rob. And so, we don't know what magnitude of down payment or partnership we're going to need to accomplish that. I do agree with continuing to conserve the fund and do the strategic plan of both of those areas, the translator and the broadband, and then look at how to expend it over time. So I'm comfortable with this. The other thing is, I think we should, as a county, continue to kind of watch the trend lines. I have been reading about more and more people really beginning to depend again on broadcast television because the cost of Comcast and these other services is just too high for people. And so while they may prefer the sports channel 24/7, they can't afford it. And so there's really some large national trends of people going back to depending on broadcast. And we need to watch that trend so we can really address the needs of our citizens.
So, approval of the
Budget, yep.
budget here with a looking into the interest income. I'm not sure where someone put a typo into the spreadsheet somewhere or something. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We now have representatives from Aspen Valley Hospital and the ambulance here to talk about the 2015 ambulance budget. Materials for the ambulance budget are in your budget binder under, I believe it's the 11th tab. Would you like to start, Gabe?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to start off by thanking you all for your support of 1A this past November 4th. It was certainly an exciting experience for those of us on the ambulance. And many thanks to Rachel for her just amazing support, number one. So you're all well aware that we've had quite a few changes. We've looked forward to doing some significant planning for the future, and hopefully the increase in mill levy will make a difference for us. A couple of things that will come up are looking towards building a new facility or exploring the idea of a new facility, and we'll go forward with that. The other thing that's come up is those things that we've talked about previously with the addition of a little bit of extra operational budget. We'll be able to provide for some new equipment, some aging equipment that needs to be replaced, and certainly looking forward to the years that come and building a better system for replacement so we don't fall into this again. The budget you have in front of you, I think you have in your packet.
Dave, let me ask you.
Yes, sir.
We have a sheet here, this sheet, and then we have our at least I do, my online sheet. I don't know what we should be looking at.
I was going to say, I'll let Connie step up here again.
So the sheet that was just handed out today is additional information that the hospital brought. On page number 4 of your online packet, I provided an overview of the Aspen Valley Hospital's ambulance department budget, which shows actuals from 2011 through 2013 and then 2014 and 15 budget. On the new sheet that was handed out to you that comes from the hospital, they've gone into a little more detail on the line items and have also added in a column for the 2014 projected revenues and expenditures, which give a little bit better understanding then about the numbers in the 2015 budget.
I want to say thank you very much for this. I think I've been asking for this for 3 years, and I really appreciate this. And I didn't realize what this was until you started explaining it. You know, the line item under expenditures, which is IGA payments to Aspen Valley Hospital, is it's a balance of revenues minus expenses for the hospital, and it's never really been explained in our budget process. And every year we've gone through budget, I've said, how do we get to that $300,000 number? Because there's a much bigger revenue number, and there are several expenses, and it's really a number that we are covering the difference of those two. But understanding how that number comes to be is really important in the budget process. So I'd like to see, again, for future boards, I'd like to see this be part of the hospital ambulance district budget process, because this is really essential and
So thank you very much for having this done. Appreciate that.
That's exactly right. And page 2 in your packet shows the 5-year plan that the county has put together for the ambulance district. And as Rob said, the Aspen Valley Hospital net cost is just one line item in that. We show the property tax revenues and other expenditures related to capital purchases and overhead costs in that 5-year plan. We will first, though, have Gabe talk about the trends, what they're seeing, their budget, as it relates to what is budgeted within the Aspen Valley Hospital. And again, the net cost of that is what our ambulance district fund covers. After that, we would also like to have a little discussion about the mill levy and what rate that will be set at, and that is on page 3 of your budget handout. So with that, I will give it back to Gabe.
Thank you. So to Connie's point, we have noticed a few things as we've talked about in the past. We've noticed virtually flat volume from us. That being said, this past year we've noticed a slight uptick over the summer. We believe that that's partly in relation to just an increased summer business throughout the Aspen and Pitkin County area. We've started to see an increase in special events that need medical coverage. And you'll see reflected, and I think in the budget that you have in front of you, our special event numbers are changing. How much revenue we're gaining from those. That's not been a number we've necessarily budgeted for prior to this year, just due to the fact that it was kind of an unknown number. We can't really bank on special events coming back every year, except for a few of our larger events. And then certainly we have so many new ones that show up throughout the summer. I think winter will probably be no different there. As for our volumes this past year have been up about 4%. That being said, our refusal volume, and if you remember we talked about that at our last meeting, that's the amount of volume we get going on a call. We have a conversation with somebody, we give advice, we talk to them for a little bit, determine whether or not they need to go to the hospital or not, or if they can go by ambulance or by private vehicle. And those numbers are up as well. But overall, we're fairly static, only up just a short bit, about 4% in volume at this point. Questions on that? Perfect.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
On the facilities, well, you have a facility study budgeted for $250,000 for this year and also for next year. And I was just curious about what the plan for a new facility is, and to me it doesn't show up in the budget aside for doing the planning for it, but not the actual construction.
So we have we're kind of looking at two separate budgets at the same time right now. We are looking at the Aspen Valley Hospital budget for ambulance service, and then we're also looking at the ambulance district that the county oversees. And so the Aspen Valley Hospital budget is what Gabe is talking about here and what you see on the screen here. This is the cost of providing the ambulance service. And then the facilities cost that you see on that 5-year plan for the ambulance district we'll speak about afterwards as we're looking at the overall cost for the district as a whole, not just the cost of providing the ambulance service. So we'll get to that after Gabe is finished with his presentation.
Okay.
And that's really it for me. And we just wanted to look at the other things that we have in our budget. We do have a little bit of an increased cost for that equipment replacement, which is roughly $40,000 for replacement of equipment. And then the other piece was a capital piece. I don't know if it's on this one. No. There is a capital piece for $50,000, which is for the video laryngoscopy equipment, which is what we've discussed in the past as a need and a current trend that we're following through with. The only other piece to this was just the additional cost of bringing things up to speed. Other than that, our costs remain relatively flat.
Gabe, under expenses for the, I'm looking at your, this sheet, fringe benefits, is that healthcare or what is fringe benefits?
Fringe benefits are basically all of the benefits that the hospital provides for all of the ambulance employees. So that would be the retirement, that is health insurance, that is workers' comp, that is payroll taxes. So it's the vast, it's just the entire employee benefits.
Okay, thank you.
For their employees.
And I apologize, I should introduce Jeanette Siebenaler, who is the controller for Aspen Valley Hospital.
Thank you.
And Elaine Gerson, who is our chief clinical officer as well. Further questions? If not, we'll talk about.
Connie, do you want to bring up the 5-year plan and the mill levy? Do you want to?
This again is for the ambulance district. It's the 2015 budget and 5-year plan. The ambulance district is supported by a property tax, which there was just a recent vote that the voters gave permission to increase this tax. We will talk about the levy that it's set out in just a moment. So we'll skip the revenue section for the time being and look at the expenditures. There are costs associated with running the fund. There are treasurer's fees for the collection of the property taxes and some overhead costs related to insurance and also the fleet maintenance of the ambulances and other vehicles. So these are all included in the expenditures of the 5-year plan. And then, of course, the $339,000 number, which is the net cost, as you just saw, of the service that the hospital provides for the ambulance. Then going down, we have a $50,000 line here for medical equipment. That's what Gabe was mentioning for the
video laryngeal.
Thank you. We also have a section for facilities. Our facilities department has been maintaining the ambulance barn. And as you can see right now, the amount that we have in for wages, salaries is just kind of a minimal amount for our facilities staff to provide some service. But then what we have in as a placeholder in 2015 is $50,000 for a facilities needs study, and then $250,000 for a possible facilities design, both in 2015 and 2016. There are no building costs in this budget yet, as we don't know what the exact results will be of that facilities needs study. And so for the moment, the $250,000 in the 2 years is a placeholder in case we need to be moving into a design phase. And the amount of mill levy that we have included in this budget is enough to cover these costs. You'll see down on the very bottom line of this 5-year plan that with this proposed 2015 budget, it leaves a fund balance of just a little over $200,000. That's about 25% of expenditures. And we keep that fund balance level pretty much steady throughout the course of this 5-year plan. Again, this is not using the maximum of the mill levy that would be available. It's just providing enough to perform the facility study, the design, the ongoing vehicle purchases, medical equipment purchases that are necessary, and then also the cost of running the ambulance itself. And then we'll have John Peacock talk about the mill levy.
Do you have the mill levy?
I got a question before you get to
Sure.
that. So and I think Steve had started to ask this question under the facilities design. So you've got $250,000 as a placeholder for both 2015 and 2016. So is that just 250,000, or is that an aggregate of 500,000?
That's correct, George. It'd be an aggregate of 500,000, and it's spread over the 2 years. So that's design and engineering. So what we'd be looking at as a first step, similar to what we just went through at the county, is just kind of a space needs study to make sure that we're identifying appropriately the long-term needs of the ambulance district prior to doing any design. And so that would be looking at growth projections and what might be changing with technologies, with ambulances, all the things that have impacted us up to this point in our current facility. Do a projection then of what our space needs would be. That then serves as a basis to identify what are some of the alternatives for meeting those space needs, and then, based on the most desired alternative, and I don't even know what those would be at this point, then we'd get into potentially a design and engineering contract, which would probably be in the certainly not until the second half and maybe even later second half of next year, which is why it bridges 2 years. In all likelihood, the actual expenditures are not going to be as evenly split as we've budgeted them here, but it provides an opportunity for us to set the mill levy at an appropriate rate and carry over, if necessary, into the following year. And then based on the outcome of that design exercise, we'd hope to be at 25-30% design by the end of next year. That should give us a good sense of what we need to do long term for our budget planning next year. But we wanted to make sure that we included something this year along these lines, so we were able to set the mill levy appropriately to cover these needs. And I actually don't have the mill levy calculation in front of me.
Before we get to the mill levy, because I think it's probably pertinent in determining the mill levy, I would also point out that the interest income is not correct here either. It goes from $3,000 to $20,000.
It actually is correct, because the percentage on the interest is increasing. And so if you maintain a steady fund balance of about $200,000, yep, and then your
a
rate...
10% interest on the balance?
It's not an increase that is based on the current interest. It's based on an interest rate applied to the fund balance. And so if you're going from a 0.6 interest rate up to a 4.1 interest rate, that is the correct dollar amount.
So if we have a fund balance of $200,000, the income off of $200,000 is $20,000. I'm looking at 2017. I'm looking at out years.
Mm-hmm.
That's 10% on our bond rating, on our where we're investing it.
I'll take another look at it, but I know that Tom Oken calculated the interest rates on a flat fund balance.
Because our budgeted for 2015 is $3,000 worth of interest income, and then it goes up 4 times in 2016. So I don't.
Because your interest rate is multiplying by 8 times, basically, if you're going from the 0.6 up to a 4.1. But we'll take another look at it.
Yeah, there are 2 factors at play. The primary one is our projection that interest rates are going to rise substantially in the future, 8 times, what we're earning currently, which is about 0.5%. But the other thing is that we're earning that not only on the fund balance, but on the cash flow during the year.
Sure. No, I
we have positive cash flow because we collect the property tax early in the year, and so we have that available and don't actually spend it all until the end of the year. So we have an additional, $500,000 in that out year of cash flow that we're investing. And actually, that's pretty much the explanation. So the actual methodology that I use is I take last year's actual investment earnings for this fund and, project that forward based on what was our earnings rate last year and increasing it, proportionately to 4%. So just multiplying by 8 times, that's assuming you have constant cash flow and constant fund balance.
So
and
our
that's
anticipation
the
is
result. So
we're going to get 4% on our money that's in the bank next year.
Not next year,
or 2016.
2019, I guess, or 18, 19, somewhere.
Well, 15 to 16 is 4 times. 3,000 to 12,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
But the cash
actually,
basis
it's
is
3
different.
times. I think we earned like 0.4% last year, and we're projecting more like 1% next year. So that's your 4 times factor.
Yeah, Rachel.
Thank you. I'm okay with the general budget that we've been presented so far, both from the hospital and the ambulance district. My concern is that we have a future work session about how the space needs facility study is going to be done. And, I'm just particularly interested in public involvement in that process. I realize it might be not one that gets a lot of attention like the airport process or some of these other types of items, but throughout the campaign which just went on about the ambulance district, there was a lot of discussion about whether it will be new space, lease space, renovate the old space, and I want to be able to see how those options have been vetted in the public's eye, and that they know we looked at everything before we chose what is our best long-term alternative. So that's what, be a job for John as much as you, Gabe, to say, when do we bring that to the council? How have we scoped out the work for the facility study? How will the public be involved? And, what are the questions we're asking? So ask the right questions, you'll get good answers. So looking forward to that, and otherwise very happy to proceed with this. And skipping ahead, I guess, to the mill levy comparison that we have within our packet, it pleases me that we're not anticipating asking for the full mill levy next year, and perhaps not ever going forward, depending on what our facilities needs and the bonding for that will require. But it's we asked for a 0.501, and you're recommending we collect a 0.45. I think that's very reasonable.
And I just note, in addition to what Rachel said, under the current plan, that mill levy would drop in 2016 to 0.4, and then in the out years, it really does depend on what facility solution is landed on for the ambulance district.
Yeah.
Steve.
Right now, it's projected on the mill levy to go back to the 0.277 by 2017. But do we have the option to, like if we're doing the construction, then we'd have the option to set that anywhere up to the 0.501?
That's correct. And the only reason that we don't have a specific facility solution, and so I'd anticipate that those out years are going to change, Steve, but it really depends on the nature of project that we finally end up with.
But we're not restricted by the Tabor or anything. Once
No.
we lower the mill levy back to that, that doesn't preclude us from going back up.
That's correct. The way the ballot question was written is you have the ability to raise it up to that 0.501, and you can set it anywhere below that to meet the district's needs, which is what we're recommending.
Okay.
So we're at a decision point in the 5-year plan, and understanding the mill levy implications, and just looking for a nod of heads going forward, whether this should be included in our final budget resolution this way.
So, John, what would you like us to approve? The budget or
This
or
would
the
be
mill levy or
This would be, so there's going to be two actions that the board will take in December, and both, this is a little unique because typically you don't have as much flexibility in the mill levy. So the two actions that the board takes is, one, adopting the appropriations in the budget. So that would be giving the thumbs up on the 5-year plan that this is what you want included in your final budget resolution that will come in front of you in December. The second action that the board takes for all taxing districts is a certification of mill levies. So as an ambulance district board, you actually certify mill levies to yourselves as the Board of County Commissioners, and then the Board of County Commissioners has really an administrative responsibility to certify all the mill levies that are submitted to them as part of the budget process. So Michael, in this case, we're also asking, are you as the ambulance district board okay with us including the proposed mill levy in our budget adoption resolution as the mill levy to certify to the Board of County Commissioners for certification for property tax collection? It's a little bit circular. It's a little bit of an odd governance process with you sitting as both the ambulance district board and the Board of County Commissioners. So what we need from you today is, yes, the appropriations, the 5-year plan looks good, and yes, you're okay with us submitting the proposed mill levy to be certified with the 2015 budget. Sorry about the long explanation.
You know, it's still confusing because this 5-year budget is actually different from if we approve the mill levy, right? You're going to have a different budget if we approve the mill levy.
Well, the mill levy is only done on an annual basis, so you're only doing it for 2015. There's no 5-year. This is really just our practice to project out for you 5 years. Mill levy certifications have to happen annually. So we would be bringing back to you a new 5-year plan, presumably next year, once we have a better idea what that facility solution would look like.
Great.
Okay. Well, I believe that catches us back up, except that we're a few minutes late for our Board of Social Services meeting. I don't know if the board wants to take a 5-10 minute break for us to get reset up, and we'll get into our Board of Social Services meeting.
Okay, let's come back at 12:15.
Perfect.
150.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Welcome back, everyone. Today is November 18th, 2014. This is the Board of County Commissioners regular work session meeting. We are going to convene as the Board of Social Services. I will take a motion to go into a special meeting and convene as the Board of Social Services.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. John Nana's not here, but are you leading us off in this?
Yeah, lead off, Rob. And actually, there are a number of items that are in your packet that in Nan's absence we should probably cover another time. There is one piece of business, which is the quarterly approval of the payrolls, which Connie can walk you through, that we would like to walk you through and have you approve those payrolls at this meeting. And then we're also prepared to talk about our senior initiative. We've got, we're ready to talk about that. And so what we'd suggest is maybe covering those two items, the payroll approval and senior services. We will save an update on the remainder of the items till a future meeting, if that's okay with the board. So Connie, do you want to walk us through payrolls?
Sure. So the chart on page 2 of your packet is a comparison between the budget and the year-to-date actual expenditures for social services. It's divided into the different program areas for which we have allocations through state and federal monies. I would like to start by looking down towards the bottom in the blue section where it says total programs. This is everything added together. Our total revenues are at 77% of budget, and this is 3/4 of the way through the year, so our revenues overall are tracking slightly better than budget. The next line down is our expenditures, and our expenditures are at 74% of budget, 3/4 of the way through the year, so just very slightly less than budget. So overall, we are right on target compared to budget for 2014. Items to note in the different areas, our admin area, our expenditures are tracking lower than what we had anticipated, whereas in our child welfare, that is the area where we see the most pressure. There are a couple of out-of-home placements, and then the expenditures that go along with the out-of-home placements, whether that be legal or travel expenses. And so that is where we are seeing more pressure, yet savings in childcare and administration make up for the over expenditures in the child welfare area. And so again, overall, we are anticipating to be right on budget by the end of the year, which is a small surplus in the fund. And so everything is pretty well on target. Are there specific questions about the county budget and expenditures?
Rob?
Yes, Rachel.
I was wondering, what is this total year-to-date discontinued column? It's on the next page from this one, but I'm kind of... See that one, the center third column in on the lower chart?
These are the tables that are prepared by Eagle County. Eagle County, of course, does all of our income maintenance work in the human services area. And I'm not prepared to speak to these tables today. What we do need to do is look at the quarterly program payrolls. That is the chart right above there. And it shows the comparison for 2012, 13 to 14 for our third quarter. And you can see the trends in the different program areas. And this is what the board needs to approve today, along with the expenditures on the previous page.
Questions? Anybody? I would note that a big difference is the food assistance number going down dramatically.
in third quarter 2013 to third quarter 2014.
I think Michael had his hand up.
Sorry,
Well,
Michael.
so the first motion should be to approve.
The revenues, we have to approve the budget versus actuals and the payrolls for the programs, the quarterly payrolls.
So I'll make a motion to approve the budget versus actuals.
Second?
We have a first, Steve is a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I'll make a motion to approve the payroll.
We have a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
With that, we'll pass it over to Marty Ames.
Do you want the computer?
No, I have Thank you.
Marty Ames, Senior Services Director, and I'm here today with half of our Aging Well Community Planning Initiative Project Management Team. This is Debbie Fallander, and you know Patty Kravitz. The missing members are Laura Kornasevitz, Chris Nolan, and Jordana Sabella from Community Health Services. What we'd like to do with the majority of the time today is present a summary. Debbie will present a summary of the final report and plan and the outcomes of this 18-month effort to plan for the future of older adults in Pitkin County. Debbie?
Thank you. Thank you for an opportunity to update you about the status of this Aging Well plan on behalf of Pitkin County Senior Services and the planning team. I'm going to talk for a while, and then if you have questions, maybe if you could save them, and we'll get through these boxes. But if you really are burning with a question, just raise your hand. We presented this plan in broad strokes in June at the Senior Summit, and all of you were there. Thank you. Thank you so much. That shows your incredible support. The bones of the plan that we presented there, the 14 high-level goals and the 43 more specific objectives, really haven't changed much since June. But what has changed is a number of other things. We now have clear, achievable action steps that lead directly and logically toward accomplishment of each objective. We now have clear, achievable times set for beginning the action steps. We now have committed and enthusiastic partners and responsible parties and partners to achieve the action steps. That's probably the most exciting part, that the number of individuals and organizations and government entities that have stepped up and agreed to do the work, because now that's what's starting to happen. The work is going to get done. We hope to have a plan coordinator in place in January 2015 who will work part-time to oversee implementation, who will nudge if needed and provide status updates as appropriate, and who will help us understand if anything needs to be changed. Because the plan will be changed and updated if it needs to be changed and updated. It's living and breathing. It's not going to be filed away in a drawer. If something isn't working, we're going to take a look at it and modify it as needed, using an appropriate process. You're probably aware that the process that got us to today involved a lot of community input in a series of community meetings and work group sessions and steering committee meetings and project management team meetings over about 18 months. And certainly we wouldn't do the changes wouldn't require that kind of input, but it's just important to me, I think, to point out that changes will be made if at a regular check-in we find that they're needed. So what I'm going to do today is give you a summary of the plan using my boxes. But let me tell you first what I'm not going to do. I seriously cannot and will not even pretend to describe everything in the plan. You've got it word for word, I believe, in a document that's called Plan Final Report from the process. You've got everything in there, and you can also find it on the Pitkin County Senior Services website, which I think you can read the website address up there. It's easily found, www.aspenpitkin.com/senior services.
In the word-for-word document, you're going to find something else that's new since June. You're going to find community values statements for every objective in the plan. It's something that we've added since June, that we've worked hard on since then, because these statements, we believe, are going to remind us throughout the whole implementation process of underlying overarching principles that support the work we're doing during implementation and even beyond implementation. So look at those as you look at the plan in detail. Second, I'm not going to try to identify what's easy and what's not. Some things are very straightforward, some things are complicated, and we call them a bit audacious, even for an incredible community like this. I'm not going to try to identify what's going on now and what's new and expanded in the future, but I do want to point out to you that in the plan document, you're going to see a lot of things under the timing column that say underway. We're very proud that those things are already happening, and many of the things that say 2015 are really poised and ready to be underway. The dates that you see in that plan are beginning dates for the actions to be taken. I am not going to repeat all the predictions for growth in the older adult population either. You've heard those, the predictions that made the planning process so important, the doubling and 6 timing of the over 60 and over 80 population between 2010 and 2040. As I describe the plan today, I would encourage you to listen for keywords, which are options, opportunities, access, available, those keywords, because the plan is primarily about having choices in place for all of us when we need them. It's not about imposing anything on anybody, but having the choices available. So I've divided the plan into 5 categories. And the rectangle page, I think, is on your TV screens and on the wall. The 5 categories: safety, connection, health and wellness, information, and in the middle, Pitkin County Senior Services. Not all of our 14 goals and 43 objectives fit clearly into just one of these categories, but the categories have proven to be a very effective way, without being too tedious, of giving you a good overview of the breadth and depth of the entire plan. So, safety. Safety, home safety. We want to be sure that information and services are available, there's the word, to address the adaptability of physical space for older adults in whatever space they call home. Home in the plan refers to the broadest category of places, from independent or assisted living facilities to privately owned residences and everything in between. Community safety includes senior-friendly outdoor physical spaces, walkways, lighting, crosswalk signals, pedestrian safety on walking and biking paths. Accessibility includes improvements as needed for mobility impaired persons or persons with disabilities. It's my understanding that since June, comprehensive accessibility mapping of public and privately owned spaces has now been completed or nearly completed in Aspen, is well underway in Snowmass, and is going to be done in Basalt. This is going to benefit anybody with disabilities, but older adults as well. Abuse and neglect. We want to be sure that community members know how to recognize, report, and prevent abuse and neglect, and the same with fraud and scams. We will develop and improve prevention and intervention strategies and ensure wide dissemination of timely information. Education includes education about abuse and neglect and fraud and scams, and also about other things such as emergency preparedness, fire safety, etc. Connection. Here we know that older adults want to be and deserve to be recognized as an essential and valued segment of the population in an atmosphere of respect and appreciation for their perspectives and contributions. All of those words are important. We're striving for an environment where older adults know how to express concerns and where they feel that their voices are heard. multiple generations. We include here the creation of opportunities for interaction and connection between younger and older citizens. Transportation, essential to connection, essential to prevent isolation, which is a huge risk for older adults. We want accessible, affordable transportation options available year-round with proper planning, not on demand, not door-to-door, but options, reasonable options available. This is a good place, a good example of something that's happening already through a partnership between Pitkin County Senior Services and RAFTA, through subsidies of taxi services for essential trips that's done by Pitkin County Senior Services. But it's an example of things that are happening already but can be improved and expanded with more days and hours, with more options also for rural residents, which is a good time to remind all of us of what we know, and that is that Pitkin County consists not just of Aspen, Snowmass Village, and Basalt, but of the rural areas, and we have tried to, throughout the plan, take into account the opportunities and circumstances of the rural communities. Volunteering includes multiple opportunities to volunteer in the community. Lifelong learning includes multiple opportunities to be lifelong learners. We're doing a lot in this area, but we can do more, and here is an obvious area where you can see all the interrelationships within the plan. Transportation options support increased opportunities for volunteering in urban and rural areas. I mean, it comes together in one place, a lot of things. Friendships. Friendships is a way to express connectedness in general to people, but connectedness also to sources of inspiration and satisfaction, to sources of hope and meaning. And of course, these are interrelated, interconnected, if you will, to the category that I'll talk about next, which is health and wellness. Medical resources under health and wellness. The big one. We want Pitkin County older adults to have access to a range of medical, dental, vision, and hearing services to support their physical health. Expanded health care options for people with Medicare and Medicaid. Affordable, accessible dental, vision, and hearing services. Access to a geriatric specialist. An increased number of personal care providers and rehab specialists. Case management along a care continuum, the entire care continuum, including transitions. Expansion of what is called a medical home model with team-based care led by a personal physician. And, of course, continuation and expansion of available hospice and palliative care. The hospice area is a place where I can also remind all of us that while Aging Well is a Pitkin County project, we are and intend to pay close attention to the regional, to what's happening in the region, to regional experiences and needs, not to meet them, but to regional events and programs. And so we're not going to inappropriately duplicate effort. Mental health. Under health and wellness, we want Pitkin County older adults to have access to a range of services and education to support mental health, integrated assessment and treatment programs for mental health, substance abuse, and cognitive decline. Fitness and nutrition. Here's one that we're doing very, very well, but we can do better. So even with Pitkin County Senior Services and the rec centers, we want to identify and fill needs and voids in the areas of physical fitness and nutrition. And we want to increase and improve opportunities for brain fitness, for example. In-home services refers to the reality that basic and essential medical and non-medical services should be available to older adults. Available doesn't mean free. Caregiver support. We want family members, neighbors, and friends who serve as caregivers to be physically and emotionally supported, for example, by increased respite care opportunities. And this is one where all of us are likely to be affected, There's a wonderful quote I use from Jocelyn Carter, who I think was absolutely correct when she said there are only 4 kinds of people in the world: those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need caregivers. So information, the purple category, it's cross-cutting. It was mentioned throughout the planning process, in every category, in every context. Many things that are going on in Pitkin County right now could benefit from better information streams. So access to information and resources is first on this list. We will not duplicate efforts. We will coordinate with regional efforts, such as Western Colorado 211, the website dialing code providing access to health and human services information. Pitkin County Senior Services has and will continue to have up-to-date information on that site. Also, there's Network of Care, the regional website packed with information for older adults and persons with disabilities that affects Pitkin, Eagle, Summit, Grand, and Jackson counties. But we firmly believe, even though we're not going to duplicate these regional efforts, we firmly believe that it is important to develop a dedicated Pitkin County Senior Services website with timely, localized information, easy-to-find links, tailored to the needs and the interests of Pitkin County residents. Navigation of systems. System here refers to a set of interacting components, for example, a school system, a solar system, in the Aging Well context, the healthcare system or the mental health system. Person-to-person assistance. We want to have knowledgeable humans answering phones and emails and assisting with access to information and navigation of systems. Internet, a dedicated Pitkin County Senior Services website I've already mentioned, plus we want to increase social and civic connections through the use of technology, the internet, and social media for anyone interested. Again, choices and opportunities, not imposition. Education is a cross-cutting concept. It appears in each of the categories. You've heard me mention education already in safety and in mental health. We also want to expand access to and opportunities for technology education for older adults who want it. And we have an education component for all residents of all ages concerning financial, legal, and practical considerations for aging well and for managing expectations about aging well in Pitkin County. Advocacy is similarly cross-cutting, including, for example, advocacy channels for housing needs and issues, for access to a geriatric specialist, advocacy regarding older adult perspectives in general, even advocacy on a person-to-person basis, where we have one of our goals as a buddy program of sorts for folks who desire it. Which brings me to the final category right in the middle, Pitkin County Senior Services. Last but hardly least, the heart and soul and the driver of this aging well planning process, and the organization who will be the caretaker of the plan's implementation. 2 important goals relate directly to Pitkin County Senior Services. One of them is a long-term facilities goal, that there will be a senior center known by all, properly sized, properly designed, located to serve the needs of a growing and aging older adult population. The second goal related to Pitkin County Senior Services is a shorter-term branding goal where we want to work on what senior services will be known for and known as, emphasizing friends, connection, and fun. Probably the phrase, "know us before you need us," will be a central message in that campaign. And that is it. That brings me to the conclusion of the summary of the plan and the update. So thank you for your attention, but more importantly, thank you for your support of the process. You set the goal in 2012 to do comprehensive community planning. We wouldn't be where we are without that goal. You have made financial commitments to support the process. Your people, John Peacock, thank you very much, have been, and others have been participants in crucial roles in the process. So thank you on behalf of the planning team and on behalf of the citizens of Pitkin County, because this commitment, in my opinion, has been a very prudent investment of resources. Implementation, in my view, of this plan means that Pitkin County will be prepared quite well for what many have called a tsunami of older adult citizens in the next few decades. Thank you.
I would like to add my thanks to Debbie Fallander, who has really been the primary literary crafter of this plan and of the written document. And many, many hours of Debbie's time are represented here, all volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to do it.
Are there any questions?
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you again very much for the presentation and the work that went into it over the years to get to this point. And I realize that a lot of these individual projects, goals, action items are currently being parsed out and performed and moving forward with others. But for the remaining pieces, is there a point at which we need to start putting dollars to the plan and understand what is the magnitude of what we need to fulfill and how to work the components that are appropriate into the broader county long-range plan? Facility comes to the top of my mind as being a big hit.
Big hit.
But we also, also know of our other facility projects that have gone forward, and we're making budget decisions that lock up a lot of our revenue cash flow going forward. And so when do we start looking at putting dollars to the plans or coming up with a plan to fund some of these eventual items?
Well, I'll turn this over in just a sec, but just to note, the board earlier this year, not too long ago, approved a supplemental request to do the space needs study for the facility, and that will lay the groundwork for exactly what you're talking about, Rachel. I think it's one of the reasons Dave's sitting in the back of the room listening intently to this discussion right now. But you're exactly right. I think once we have a better idea what those programming needs are, then we can look at opportunities. Are there existing facilities that may be available that we could use? Are we talking about needing to purchase land and construct? Those would be two really different scopes potentially. Is this something that there could be a capital campaign of sorts for through a nonprofit and such too, in addition to county contribute? There's a lot for us to sort out, but I think we're taking that first step now with the allocation that the board's made to do the space needs study, and then we can come back and start to plan around that. I don't know if you want to.
In addition, Rachel, we have begun to put dollars towards some of the objectives in the plan. For example, the approval of the request in the 2015 budget process to hire this plan coordinator to keep us on track and make sure that the scheduled goals are being addressed. And yes, I see a number of areas where we will be putting money, finding money in the future with a lot of these efforts. But as a community collaboration, the wonderful thing is, in a lot of cases, it's just the idea that needs to be planted for another entity, nonprofit or for-profit, to step up and take this on. And as Debbie said so well before, she was referring to in-home services, but this goes for a lot of services. Accessible and available and quality doesn't necessarily mean free.
Oh, yeah.
And so we have the participant interest and participation in a financial way as well. So in the meantime, of course, we're making sure that we're maintaining our level of services to an increasing population. So we're putting energy there too.
Thank you.
George?
I just want to piggyback off something that John said, and because we did fund a study to look at needs, current and future needs for the senior population, and something you said, Debbie, resonated with me, was that Pickens County is more than just Aspen and Snowmass and half of Basalt. There's a lot of rural areas, so I would ask that, or suggest that when you look at looking at this study, that perhaps you're looking at not just a facility, but perhaps a series of facilities, some auxiliary facilities, one that may be up valley, one that may be down valley, because the reality is anyone who lives down valley is probably not going to be able to utilize a facility up valley as much as they could or would down valley. And certainly looking at options of existing spaces that may be available on a part-time basis. This community has quite a few spaces that don't get utilized throughout the day on a 24-hour basis. And so rather than perhaps trying to come up with a lot of dollars to actually purchase land and build something, there's opportunities to look at what's currently here and down valley and use those resources. So that's what I would encourage you to do.
If I can also add to that, George, thank you for bringing that up. I was hoping I'd have an opportunity to let you know that just recently Eagle County has approached us to take another look at a small study that I did 4 years ago on the El Jebel area and the senior programs in the El Jebel area, sort of a SWOT of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats of both the existing programs and our opportunities, our possible opportunities to work more closely together. And that kind of sat on the shelf for a while and now is back. And we are going to be working very actively together to look at some Mid-Valley enhancements and hopefully better serve the rural areas of Pitkin County through that as one step.
Yeah, and as a reminder, we have 5,000 square feet of undeveloped space at the Eagle County facility in El Jebel.
But it's not built yet.
Yeah.
But there's so there's opportunities.
There are.
Well, and there's that is a facility too that I'm not sure is being fully utilized. To one of your earlier points, and there may be opportunities Mid-Valley to partner with Eagle County there.
One other thing.
Yep, Rachel?
Is there any status update or anything on the continuing care retirement community? I know that had played a big role in some of the longer-term senior plans, and it seems to have kind of gone away, and I don't know if the plan document thinks of picking it up again or restarting with a new leadership team on it or anything, or is that area of need just kind of out there, separate?
I think the last report that the Senior Council received from an Aspen Valley Foundation board member and Richard Shaw, thank you, is that it's gone so far through the process and it's ready, waiting for funders, waiting for the right interested parties to join to make that happen. But I want to say that, again, the Aging Well plan reaches far enough to support that as a needed community asset, but it's a private development and intended to be a community asset, but also primarily to serve those future residents of the continuing care retirement community. So I hope certainly that the right people come forward, the right resources come forward, and something moves along with that. It's just come too far to stop, but I don't have anything beyond that.
Well, I guess maybe a more specific question that perhaps you can answer is the original nonprofit organization. We know there's been changes with Aspen Valley Hospital and the foundations, but is the property itself secure, or is that potential of any sort of bankruptcy and losing the site after it has been master planned and approved by Basalt?
I do not have the answer to that. I know they were looking for a few $1 million.
Yeah, I don't know if that was to start the project or to hold the land. I was just kind of...
Yeah, I don't think the land's been 100% secured.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve?
As I recall, at the senior council meeting, we did ask that question, and the land has not been closed on, but the answer was that this point, the only thing that is approved is to do the continuing care facility. Nothing else could go forward on that land at
Without
the
a
present.
rezoning or something.
Yeah. So it's kind of on, mothballed right now, but with that being the approved use of the land.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much.
Comment. I think back to when the steering committee had the big public meeting at Aspen High School, and there were tons of people there, and they all got plugged into the various committees working on all the different aspects of this, and it seems like ages ago that happened, but it just 18 months ago, and terrific product, and thanks to the Executive Service Corps people who worked on that, thank you so much for everything you put into this, because it's a terrific
Thank you for the
product
opportunity.
that we have.
It's what we do.
And you do it well. You're right. I should also add one last thanks to all the people in the community who participated in this and will be participating in this. The steering committee, of whom there are several members in the room, and of course the project management team. And it's amazing to me. It looked overwhelming to begin with, and it is a good product, I think, and really clear to follow. Thank you.
And that's all I believe we have for you today in Nan's absence. I know we have our MOIs coming up at 2 o'clock. I'm not sure everyone's collected just yet. If the board's interested in a few-minute break.
Noah's here if you want to.
Or if we want to jump into open discussion.
Well, first I will adjourn as the Board of Social Services.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What's the board's pleasure? To move forward with MOIs? Take a break after a couple?
Well, I would just say that we have a guest here, Noah Kaufman, and perhaps we could bring him in now so he doesn't have to sit through MOI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Do you want to do that right now?
Yep.
No, are you ready for it?
Sure.
Well, whichever seat looks hottest.
Boy, I don't know.
How's it going?
Good. How you going?
You got my email.
Yeah. Right as I was walking along.
Yeah, well, George reminded me.
Afternoon, everyone.
Noah?
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I was coming up kind of circumstantially and let John know, and he said you had this window, so I figured I'd drop in and say hello. So.
Thank
Hello.
You. Hello.
You want to introduce yourself since we're on TV?
Yeah, no, I guess, yeah, right. Who am I talking to here? I'm Noah Corcoran with Senator Bennett's office.
Camera right here.
Good. I'm the Central Mountains Regional Director, so I cover Pickens County, really all the neighboring counties and much of the West Slope for the Senator, and just do general work on natural resource issues and all kinds of other things for him here around the state. So.
Very good.
Noah, did you want to take questions from us? Did you have some sort of something prepared that you wanted to tell us about what's going on at the Senator's office, or?
I just came in to hear from you folks. I just came in to check in and and see if you had questions, anything I could help with, that kind of thing. So.
Rachel?
Yeah, I have two things for you. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate that. The first is kind of a date item for yourself and certainly others. But on December 11th, Thursday, in Grand Junction, Club 20 is going to be hosting a forum/debate on the concept of the transfer of public lands from the federal government to the individual states to lease, sell, manage as they see fit. And this is an issue that I do not support, and I don't think very many of us do in areas like ours. It's important, I think people are kind of looking at, all the revenues Colorado will get, we'll do all this leasing and oil and gas, and we'll never have to fund private education again. We'll never have to tax ourselves for anything again. It's a real misnomer, because what I, as a Coloradan, would be giving up would also be my rights to public lands throughout the rest of the West. And so there'd be a huge loss, I think, and a huge price to be paid for that. But I think it'd be important for your office to be paying attention to that dialogue and that discussion and see where it goes forward. And I think this is kind of a kickoff for that Colorado effort. We know that effort's going on heavily in other states like Utah, Alaska, so on and so forth. So I don't know with the change in the Senate if we're going to start seeing real attempts to move something like that forward. There certainly has been efforts in a Republican-controlled House in the past to move forward that transfer of public lands to the states to dispose of. And so that was primary one. I want to make sure we're tracking that carefully. The second item is the payment in lieu of taxes, which has not been authorized going forward. And we were very fortunate as a state, as Western counties, that Senator Bennett really took that banner up with Senator Udall and pushed heavily to have 1 year's worth of funding in the Farm Bill. But now there's nothing. And folks are very hopeful that perhaps in this lame duck session there could be at least another 1 year's allotment or something like that. But you just see this real negative pattern of the powers that be in D.C. starving counties of the revenues that they need to take care of the public lands, cutting the Forest Service back by 35% over the past 3 years so they can't fulfill their jobs, and then creating the case that says, hey, we really should just return this land to the states to be sold so that then we'll take care of all the problems that we created ourselves with our budgeting for these items. Yeah. So anyhow, whatever we can do to further that PILT cause, I know, again, Michael Bennett has always been a champion for that for us, but this issue is just not going away, and it makes it really hard on our manager to budget. Oh, well, maybe we'll get 70% of the PILT this year. Maybe we'll only get 35. What should we have in the out years? We don't know, and especially when we're doing things like our broadband initiative to try and bring cellular service up Independence Pass so that when there's an emergency situation, folks have quick access to the sheriff's deputies and all. So that's just my...
George?
I don't know. Did you want to respond to Rachel?
Sure,
first,
yeah. So PILT, I mean, you're right. You know, Michael Bennett's a huge champion of PILT, and at this point, I think we probably have a letter on record from like every county on the western slope saying we need permanent PILT funding. So it's at this point, I mean, you know, as far as support that we need right now, I don't think we do, because I think that we're there, and Michael really you know gets the importance of this. Importance of this is one of the top issues. We're going to be pushing to get it done in the lame duck, just like you said. I'll be honest and say I haven't heard a lot of optimism about that. You know, there's pretty much 3 bills that we expect to pass in the lame duck. Appropriations, which has to pass. Tax extenders, which pretty much has to pass. And then the Department of Defense authorizing bill, which also for the most part has to pass. The appropriate place, of course, for PILT would be in appropriations. It would, you know, because it's approps, it could only be 1 year, as I understand it. Unfortunately, you know, neither Bennett or Udall is on the appropriations committee, so we don't have probably
direct power.
Right. I mean, we can push for it, you know, and that's what Western Senate, you know, the Western delegation is going to have to do, because of course PILT and secure rural schools a little bit less so, but both of those are, you know, for the most part Western issues. We'll be pushing for it, you know, vocally, and I think you guys will see, you know, us, whether it's signing on to letters or reaching out directly to, you know, to other members. That'll be happening. But unfortunately, we're not in a top position to, you know, to have the greatest influence on that right now.
And just as a brief follow-up, I understand that I think Senator Wyden from Oregon has been talking about a bill being introduced that would be full funding of secure rural schools and PILT. And one of the other kind of key issues of concern to us is the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is expiring this year. And there were some attempts to try to marry those two in a long-term fashion. I don't know if that's going to occur or not, but again, there seems to be a lot of folks in D.C. with the momentum idea that we don't need a Land and Water Conservation Fund. We're trying to return all these public lands to the states to be privatized anyhow. Why would we want the federal government able to buy or purchase or save more open space, even in critical habitat areas or coastal areas? And it just doesn't bode well for what that resource is as a, you know, mitigation for the impacts of offshore drilling and coastal damages and stuff. So I just really hope that those as public land issues rise to the top for the senator and can try to keep pushing that. But I'd hate to see our nation lose its Land and Water Conservation Fund.
Well, I think he's right there with you on that. I mean, or I know he is. You know, we were at the LWCF 50th anniversary celebration in Telluride this summer, and specifically talking about the importance of that fund. We're aware of Wyden's bill. We haven't seen it, right? I mean, it's not something that's been made public yet, but it would permanently authorize LWCF, SRS, and secure rural schools PILT, SRS, and LWCF.
Right.
In a way, that may be a benefit to not getting PILT funded in the lame duck, because if PILT gets funded in the lame duck, it's going to be 1 year. Right. If PILT doesn't get funded in the lame duck, then hopefully you're going to see more pressure to do something more permanent. I mean, again, we'll take a 1 year when we can get it, because we understand that you guys can't really plan. And the value of that PILT money is it's less valuable if you can't plan to use it.
That's right.
So it actually diminishes the effectiveness of federal money, which seems like the opposite of what everybody wants. Michael Bennett wants permanent. We don't want to have this conversation every year. It's not a good use of your time. It's not a good use of our time. It's not a good use of tax dollars. None of that. So ideally, we can get something long term. So if it doesn't happen in the lame duck, hopefully we can get Wyden's bill some traction.
Okay.
But we don't know the specifics on that yet, because he's holding it pretty close to the vest right now. So,
thank you.
Yeah, George.
Noah, we're anxiously waiting the long delayed White River National Forest EA on the suspended leases up in the Thompson Divide. It would be great to see that happen before the end of this year, because of course that's going to be used and weighed heavily as the BLM moves their EA forward, and we'd like to keep their timeline as short as possible as well.
Yep.
So I know you're aware of it. I know Senator Bennett is, but it's I'm not sure if these midterm elections held up the release of that report, or where the status is at this point.
I'll be honest, we're not sure either. I can tell you we've been pushing really hard on it. I mean, all the way to. I want to say that our leadership has had regular calls with USDA on that, about getting that out. We wanted to see it out before the elections, and it wasn't, and now we're waiting on it. It's a super important step for Thompson Divide. We need it. We need to get that conversation going. Our push on that has gone all the way to, Michael Bennett talking personally to Robert Bonney about getting it done. So I think we're a little bit perplexed as to why we haven't seen it yet either. I know everyone that I've talked to is working on it. I'm not putting the blame anywhere or anything like that, but we're really anxious to see it done, and we're pushing on it as much as we can too. Yeah. I wish I could give you a date or something, but unfortunately we don't know either. So.
What do you think maybe you haven't really had a chance to really discuss it, but the challenges now that Senator Bennett will face in terms of some of the issues regarding Colorado, given the new senator from Colorado and the makeup of the House and the Senate?
Yeah. We're optimistic that we can work well with Gardner's office. We've got a great working relationship with Udall's office, and we'll be sad to lose that, of course. But I think we're optimistic that the two senators are going to work well together, and I think it creates a challenge for us. Certainly, right now we have our bill is co-sponsored by Senator Udall, and we'd love to see it co-sponsored by incoming Senator Gardner. So it's just, I don't know yet because we haven't had that conversation, right? But we will be, and I think the onus is on us to figure out, where he's going to come down on that, and how we can work with him to get his support. But it's pretty high on my list of things to be working on as soon as we see him come into office.
Oh, good, thanks.
Yeah.
Michael? I just read in the New York Times Senator Landrieu is desperately trying to hold on to her seat.
Yeah.
And she's seeking support from other senators for the Keystone Pipeline. And it says here in the New York Times that Senator Michael Bennett, the chairman of the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, is supporting that Keystone Pipeline. And that, given our discussion of other environmental issues, seems to be counter to that thrust of concern about the environment. So I'm disappointed that he would support it.
And and I can tell you, I don't know if that vote might have actually happened while I was driving up here. So my understanding is he is planning to vote for that. His view on the pipeline is that it should go forward, but it should go forward in tandem with a push for other big climate rules, things like the president's climate rule that he put out that would have a huge impact on emissions and strengthen the Clean Air Act. And I think generally the way that I've heard him talk about it is that he feels like the symbolism of the pipeline far outweighs the actual impact of the pipeline itself, and that we should really be pushing for really big climate change efforts, but at the same time approve the pipeline.
Yeah, I mean, I've used this analogy before, but you really can't drive with your foot on the brakes and your foot on the gas at the same time.
Steve?
I was going to comment about the Keystone XL pipeline also. The whole purpose of it is to transport oil from probably the dirtiest fuel source on the whole planet that's being exploited, the tar sands in Alberta, and I don't think the United States should have any part of that whole project, including building the pipeline. I'd much rather see our efforts put into developing renewable energy supplies. I also have heard that the Rosebud Sioux Reservation is totally opposed to it crossing their sovereign lands. It's like it's being rammed through their land without their consent, also through lands of ranchers and counties in Nebraska that don't want it going through there. And I don't think it's really in the national interest of the United States to have that pipeline. I realize that Senator Landrieu and Senator Bennett they're trying to hold on to their seats, and the political reality is they might vote for that just because they want to keep their seats for the long haul. But I personally would rather see the resources of the United States go towards permanent solutions and not temporary things that degrade the environment.
I hear you. I think that's fair. I'm happy to put you guys. I haven't talked to the senator about Keystone since this summer. The guy on our team, Sean, who's our natural resource guy in DC, has been really kind of with him on the minute to minute conversations about this, and there's been a lot of that, of course, over the last couple of days. I'm happy to put you guys in touch with Sean if you want someone who can talk to some more of those details, because he's really been our point person on this. But I'm also happy to pass it up to the senator as well, that that I'm hearing about this from you guys. So.
Any other questions, comments?
Just it's great to have you stop in, Noah, and pass on all of our concerns and comments to the senator. We always appreciate your support and his.
Yeah, no, I always do, I always will, and I hope you guys all know that you can give me a call anytime if you got questions, that kind of thing. But it's nice to show up in person once in a while. I can catch all you together. So, thanks for your work as well.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Noah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Appreciate it. Yeah, no, appreciate it.
I'm going to shift over here so we can let our MOI folks come in. Did the board want a break before going into this, or we want to keep rolling?
Let's keep rolling and maybe take a longer break before the executive session.
We'll have a break when you're walking over to the exec session.
Well, I believe Brian's here to represent Kathy Hall. We have two MOIs, which are supplemental budget requests for the landfill, and Brian's here to present those.
Yeah, Kathy is tied up with a state regulator at the landfill who dropped in unexpectedly and asked if I could cover these two supplemental requests. And I believe both of these won't come as a surprise to the board. The first is the Water Smart grant and the local match that needs to meet that grant requirement. And this is to look at the uses of septage and the water that would be generated out of that purification process.
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Brian, for the life of me, I can't recall that there was I remember talking about the grant and about essentially signing off on the grant, but I can't recall that we had to match the grant for $124,000.
I can't either, but I called Kathy on this specifically, and I said, so the local match is 50% of the grant amount, and she confirmed that it is. Some of it's in kind, so if you'll see within the expenditures, there's some amount, about $43,000, that's in-kind services, that's just labor that's being funded currently. There is a amount, though, that is coming out of our fund balance. So I called her specifically about that question.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it would take a rethinking of the grant and accepting the grant, and maybe using our own resources to do the study, rather than to entwine ourselves with the Bureau of Reclamation. I just wish we'd been more fully informed to begin with. So,
I'll be honest, I kind of had the same thing when I read this, and then I thought to myself, $250,000 to learn how to use some water seemed like a lot of money for a study and really understanding the extent of that study. In looking at it the first time around, I don't know where it was with, the matching funds versus this is getting paid for by a grant, and that's how we're doing it, and it was no expense to us, and I don't really recall 100%, but again, $250,000 for a study on how water could potentially be used.
Yeah.
I'd like to have a bigger look at this.
If I could, I've got the budget supplemental that was approved. Or no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong thing.
What about John or Brian, just the proposed septic wastewater treatment system, is that going under a separate study? Or
The wastewater treatment facility is currently, actually, we just interviewed engineers for taking that project on, and that'll be coming back to the board real soon. But this is specifically about the water that would be generated out of that facility and useful purposes for that water and how we could...
and I remember when Kathy presented this to us the first time, there was a wide discrepancy in terms of the sort of a budget proposed for this. It was a huge, and I asked that question, and her response was, well, it just depends on how in-depth you would like to have this study presented to us. I mean, it was a huge range in terms of what the cost of what this study could be.
And maybe I can answer that, because this is specifically about the water that would be generated, and I think maybe what you're referring to is the study of what that would need to go into the wastewater treatment facility itself. This is about the water that is generated out of the facility. I think the larger amount of money that you're talking about is the engineering behind the facility. Does that make sense? Which is a large number. Okay. And there was discrepancy because we didn't have any bids in at that time on what it was going to take to process the water. But I'll tell you, if there's uncertainty here, you all have some good questions, and we should have answers to those. There is no time pressure for this right now, and we can bring it back to the board with appropriate answers to your questions.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. I would agree with my colleagues here that I don't remember a lot of discussion about the matching grant portion of it. I'm not saying that didn't happen or we glossed over it, but the one primary question would be, if we don't need to spend this full amount and can produce the study for $150,000, we would only accept part of that grant, return some of it, and then our match would be lower as well. Mm-hmm. And so I'd like to make sure that we're structuring the research to get the answers we need and not, anything more, and kind of keep the cost of the actual study down low. I think it's a little bit of a misnomer for us to keep calling it where to put water or what to do with water when it is a form of effluent. And it's not being clean to the level of becoming drinking water again. And if you look at the issues surrounding getting any sort of discharge permit for waters like that directly into a river or something like that, it just really doesn't exist too much. And so I think that if we're going to move forward on the ability to treat sludge at the landfill, we're going to need these answers of how and what can be done with the excess water, because the estimates that came in of the potential number of users, I think, was far more than anyone had really anticipated when we first started talking about that as a concept for the landfill. So I can understand that this work is significant. You know, it's one thing to brainstorm potential uses like we've talked about before. It's something else when you start to get into the microbiology and the safety and the protocols that are going to be needed on each and every quote disposal site or use that comes forward with that water. So I can see where, you know, vetting each one of these potential proposals and uses and auxiliary uses would be quite expensive. And so it doesn't surprise me that much, but I'd like to contain the cost as much as we can and get a thorough study that answers our questions, but there's no reason to make it a larger study, a $250,000 study, just because of our match.
Got it. That's fine. We can bring that back with additional information as requested by the board. The second supplemental is really about drilling for the landfill expansion that the board approved for permitting processes. The state required us to do some drilling to look at geotechnical information under that area. So part of this supplemental is to fund that drilling. The other part is we have a leachate issue that is entering into our stormwater pond. And we need to provide some engineering around that to eliminate the leachate problem from that stormwater pond. This supplemental would cover both of those needs. So one is the drilling that's required for the expansion. The other is a leachate issue at the landfill.
Michael?
So talk to me about leachate. Do you mean that there's direct runoff from the landfill into a pond that exists at the landfill?
Currently. And so we're providing engineering design to eliminate that problem. And that's one of the things the state regulator is looking at right now.
Mm-hmm. And that pond is located where?
It's just adjacent to the road as you're entering into the landfill, just on your right.
So it's a very small pond, and we take water samples from that pond? Is that what we do?
It's clearly evident we've got a problem.
It's visibly
yes
evident.
Yes.
So haven't we made efforts not to let water infiltrate into the landfill? So how is it exfiltrating?
We have made efforts. The leachate's just a necessary evil of landfills, and this is an unlined landfill. Leachate pops up in unexpected places. We do our best to eliminate any water infiltration into the trash, but leachate's just part of that business. So you need to manage it. You need to engineer designs to treat it and keep it out of stormwater ponds. That's not a place we want it to be.
Steve?
I always thought that the purpose of the pond was to catch any leachate coming out of the landfill, and then it's totally our responsibility to treat it in a fashion that it doesn't then get into, spill out of there and go somewhere further downstream and get into other water. But I would support the engineering study to come up with a solution for that. And maybe it still seems to me that we need a pond to catch whatever's coming out of there and then come up with a solution to how to treat it in the responsible way.
That's correct. And so the idea is to intercept this leachate before it enters into this stormwater pond. That's not where you want it. In case you have a stormwater event, then you've got a potential release. So if we can create a place to catch it before the pond, that's what we want to do.
Board?
I'm okay.
Yep. Great. Thank you. And I'll bring the other supplemental back with your questions answered.
John?
Yeah, the next MOI we have is the East Side Environmental Assessment supplemental budget request. I will apologize to the board. We had brought this as a authority to accept the grant And at the same time, I thought we had done the appropriation that day also, but we had not. And so this is coming back to appropriate the funds for the east side, and this is the terminal area environmental assessment at the airport. And then we have Brian Griefey here to walk us through any questions.
Michael?
So, John, you're saying that the grant amount was this amount in the FAA for the EA?
Brian, do you want to?
Do you mind if I just step back a little bit? Generally, as John mentioned, when we go to the board for approval for applying for a grant, in this case, which we did on August 27th, 2014, this August, we would get budget appropriation at that time. Now, we didn't do that this time for a very specific reason. Given the amount of the project, $4.7 million, we hadn't completed the independent fee estimate yet. And what that is, it's a requirement because there's federal money involved. We need to use an independent firm that specializes in this type of work to thoroughly evaluate the scope of work and the fees associated with it. On August 27th, we had them under contract, but they hadn't finished the evaluation yet. Since that time, the evaluation has been finished. It came in within the acceptable range. It was about 2% different than the independent fee estimate, and for valid reasons. The major component is public outreach. Why it was slightly more, it was 2% more. Given that, comparing the two and getting legal advice on it, we know now that the total amount of the project, when it is finished, will be that $4,722,223.
And that is the grant that's been given by the FAA?
No, that is the total expense over the project that we anticipate spending. The grant will be spread out over multiple grants. So far, we've received one grant, and you may recall the authorization was to apply up to, I believe it was $4.5 million. And I can double check that number.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out, I mean, given the last discussion we just had, we accepted a grant, we thought it was great, but we didn't realize we were going to have to expend $124,000 too. So what I'm trying to pin down here is how much of this is Pickens County money and how much of it is FAA money?
$299,858 is airport fund money. The balance then is coming from the FAA as well as state aeronautics, CDOT. Michael, our total budgeted, our appropriation is $4,722,223. The total grant revenues that we're anticipating are $4,422,365. Which leaves us the balance of using $299,858 from the airport fund.
So this approval of this is the approval of using $229.
$299,858 from
Pickens
the
County money in order to secure this. Okay.
Airport fund.
Okay.
Yes.
Steve?
Brian, is the Pickens County share, is that a set amount, like the FAA pays 80% or something and we're responsible for 20% or whatever the percentage is? And
Yep.
then part of our percentage is actually being paid by the CDOT Aeronautics grant and part by the airport fund?
That's exactly right, and thank you for bringing that up. So the FAA will fund up to 90% of the project, and that's what's indicated here. The remaining 10% is generally split between Pickens County, which is airport fund money, so out of the enterprise fund, not the general fund, and CDOT Division of Aeronautics money.
Okay. And is that that 90% funding, is that typical of an FAA grant for studies and or construction or whatever we want to do at the airport?
That's exactly right. It's a federal FAA AIP that stands for Airport Improvement Project grant, and airports of our size are eligible up to 90% funding for eligible projects.
Okay. So the FAA up to, meaning they might only give 50% or something. The fact that they're giving 90%, that's the maximum we could get from the FAA for this.
That's exactly right, yes.
Okay.
Okay, that brings us through our MOIs. I'm going to keep going.
Future agendas.
Only future agenda discussion I have at this point is we're, just a reminder, we're still trying to nail down dates for the retreat at the beginning of next year. I know Charlotte sent out a request. We've gotten a few responses. I can now see why we did our retreat, I think, towards the end of March last year. We may be headed towards that same kind of timeline, but I know there's a few of you that hadn't had a chance to respond, and if you could respond to Charlotte, we can come back to you with a few recommended dates. Other than that, we are getting booked up really to end our year.
John, on the retreat on the end of March, that's vacation time for kids, so I think we should try to avoid that.
I was hoping to do it sometime in February or late January. We're just having trouble finding dates that are going to work for everyone. And I just want to make sure that everyone has a chance to respond with what will or won't work,
right,
so we can start to put that together.
My impression was, well, given that huge amount of time, you really need to say, does this time work? Does these three choices work? Do these three choices work? Rather than, do this month and a half or 2 months work?
We tried that, and I just kept having to come back with 3 more choices, so I threw it back on you guys.
I know. But I was just daunted by, God, I don't know. That 2-month period, I think I have some time.
Well, I'm going to mark you as open.
Yeah, I told that to Charlotte.
Okay.
So, my weekends, I don't want to use my weekends, but pretty much everything else.
Yeah. That's really all I have for you on future agendas at this point.
Anybody else? Future agendas? Rachel?
Yeah, really quickly, I just wanted to kind of again emphasize that meeting on the 11th in Grand Junction on the public lands forum issue debate. It's 4 to 6 p.m. And after that was set by Club 20, through CCI and Northwest Council of Governments, Water QQ, there's going to be a concurrent meeting in Summit County from 1 to 4 p.m. on water issues between Front Range and West Slope counties. And so I haven't decided yet, but obviously I'm only going to get to one of those two. And if anybody else is interested in attending that on the 11th, I think that that's important. The other date I'd like to make the board aware of is Thursday, the 18th of December, in Grand Junction again. From 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock is going to be the 4-basin roundtable meeting of the 4 western basins. So the Yampa White, the Colorado River, I think, is it the San Juan, that's also part of our basin, and the Gunnison.
December 18th?
December 18th from 9 to 3 at the Ute Water Conservancy District office in Grand Junction will be the 4-basin roundtable meeting. And if anyone also cares to attend this coming Monday, the 24th, is going to be the 1177 roundtable meeting in Glenwood Springs at noon, the kind of usual time on that. So there we go. Thank you.
And just a reminder, it's not so much a future agenda item, but you do have the reader site visit tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
And where were we meeting to start that? I can't recall.
Top of 2nd Street.
Top of 2nd Street.
Okay.
333 South 2nd Street. at the Midland Trail.
Okay.
And it's not noted here, but the CCI conference, which Rachel and Steve are attending, leaves us with 3 commissioners on the 2nd and the 3rd.
Yeah. And they've started noting those at the top of the page as opposed to the bottom when there's going to be absences, I've noticed, and like the previous page.
Yeah, like on the 3rd, it just doesn't say that anybody's going to be absent.
Oh, okay. It should
on the
be on
2nd,
there.
it doesn't say anybody's going to be absent. It does say that you're attending those
Right,
meetings
but
as
they
a
don't-
schedule, but it
Oh.
doesn't say the absent
Okay.
portion of it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
I'm not going to be present tomorrow for the field trip. I have a previous engagement.
Okay.
Okay. Open discussion. John?
Yeah, so I have 3 items I'm going to hand out to you. Rachel asked for the first 2, which is information on PILT.
Yeah.
And then the 3rd handout is a draft letter that we've been using to send out regarding PILT advocacy. That letter draft is one that Senator Bennett's already received in one iteration ago.
Sure.
But it is the case that this PILT discussion is heating back up and becoming timely again. And I think Rachel, you wanted some time to talk as a board and such about how we might.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much time we need to take up. You guys are familiar with the issue. I think the public is. Federal lands are not taxed. They don't contribute to property tax. And yet we provide services to residents and visitors using those lands all the time, whether it's through road plowing or sheriff and these sort of things. Payment in lieu of taxes has been authorized federally for a very, very long period of time. Unfortunately, it's not appropriated. It's authorized but not appropriated to pay that. And so we are currently, I believe, in fiscal year 2015 already, and there's no PILT payment, and there's no scheduled PILT payment going forward. So the National Association of County asks that all counties resend their letters asking for PILT to be reauthorized, send them to NACO as well as to our own congressional delegation and incoming delegation. And so I just wanted board authorization to have staff do that for us.
So the handout is kind of at least the start or the kind of the letter, basic letter we've been using around PILT, which would have been the 3rd thing I handed out to you, which is, I think, what we would start with if the board wants to.
Is that okay, guys?
Well, I have an alternative view of PILT.
Okay.
In as much as that Pickens County is fortunate in order to have essentially the highest visitor use of the White Mountain National Forest, White River National Forest, and our visitors use national forest land. So we've done more to monetize forest lands than almost any other county that I can think of. And it just seems to me sort of antiquated to expect money from the federal government for their federal lands. There are other counties, I'm sure, that are more than deserving of this, but I just have a problem believing that Pickens County is deserving of a handout from the federal government based on the fact that we have 90% or a little bit less of public lands, which we've turned into a blessing. We haven't looked at it as a detriment to our income. We've been able to monetize it. How many visitors are there to the ski company? There's 500,000 visitors a year that are on federal lands, paying money for the use of those federal lands. So that's an alternate view, and it's particular to Pickens County. It's particular to me. So I quite frankly am embarrassed by asking money from the federal government.
I'd like to respond. First off, I don't think it's a handout. And if we wanted to go backwards during your time on this board, Michael, we could find a way to refund the federal government, $13 million out of our budget, something like that you've been more than happy to spend on the needs of residents of Pitkin County during that time in office. That is an integral part of our budget. It was $1.3 million out of last year's. And I would submit that if we budget for a zero number going forward, we can just throw that facilities master plan right out the window because we're not going to have the dollars to support that. We're not able to capitalize on a great many of these areas. And when we're going to have to be prepared and participate, whether it's firefighting in those areas or search and rescue in those areas or caring for a community where 90% of the land is not available to build housing or to start industry or to start businesses, I think we have a shared obligation to maintain and care for those lands, which we do. But I don't think of PILT as a handout. I think it's, whether you're replacing a motor grader at your public works facility and assisting in clearing out their campsites when there's been mud flows down in Redstone area and they're unable to do those things, or reopening the Maroon Bells when the Forest Service was closed. I mean, I suppose if I had my druthers and we had a question of foregoing this money and then we'll see the Forest Service fully funded again, well, that would be a different question. But we don't have that question either. We're not able to restore those monies to anywhere. I think that statistically, you'll look at the workers who have come from this monetized industry you talk about, and a vast majority of them are qualified for welfare, qualified for child care assistance, child care for food stamps, because the income coming off of those properties is not paying a lot of middle class and high income jobs. It's paying a lot of service level jobs of individuals who do need county assistance and county support.
I would support moving this letter forward.
I do too.
I guess the one thing that I would say in kind of the middle ground between Michael and Rachel there is these bullet points, and I just took a quick glance at this letter. PILT revenue equals 51% of the county's planned spending for capital maintenance on county roads. I think the question is what's the impact of the Forest Service lands on our budget, not what the PILT money helps subsidize to our budget. I mean, the argument that I would make for continuing PILT is there are expenses that are incurred, and Michael's making the argument that there are also revenues that are incurred, but there are expenses that are incurred by having public lands within our county, and that those expenses, we can make an argument, should be offset as they have been in the past with PILT money. The way I read this is we want you to help subsidize our budget for things that aren't related to the Forest Service. That's just my first glance on reading of this, and it does sound, as Michael put it, asking for a handout, And I think there's a better way to word this, to say there are expenses that we incur due to federal lands, and please continue PILT to some level, to whatever level, permanently, to offset those expenses. So I'm kind of throwing the middle ground here, and I understand Michael's argument that we do praise the fact that we talk about how important the environment is here because it stimulates our economy, how important our public lands are because it supports our economy. So there's an upside to it too. But what we're talking about is helping to support our budget here. I wouldn't make the argument that, well, without PILT, we're not able to provide services that we're providing for things that have nothing to do with the forest land. It does somewhat
I agree with you,
unrelated. I
Rob.
just think there's a better way to word it.
I think there's a better way to word it so that the tie-in is more clear, that those roads are how people access those campsites, those grounds.
But not all the roads.
No, not all the roads,
Yeah.
but an awful lot of them.
But this is saying 50%
Yeah.
of our total. So
It was just trying to give a magnitude of the value of the PILT to our overall budget. I agree with you, it can be worded differently, but it's hard to say that Maroon Creek Road doesn't terminate in public lands, or Castle Creek doesn't terminate in public lands, and anyone wanting to get up to the trailheads, and any of these areas have to go up county public roads. So I think that that's clearly why it's been there. But making that connection that it's law enforcement for those many visitors who come because of the public lands, or whether it's on public land properties, sure, could go ahead and put a finer point on it.
So, just so I'm clear on board direction, it's to work on revising those center bullet points. And they were originally, I think, Rachel, as you said, to show an order of magnitude. It's not that PILT funds 50% of our roads or what have you, but to put the $1.3 million into context for core services at the county, it was to show an order of magnitude for advocacy purposes. Is the board's direction then to basically rewrite those, tie them more closely to direct services, whether it be transportation, law enforcement, those sorts of things?
Steve?
I think it would be useful to have kind of a breakdown, because if you look, we subsidize the bus system for the people who come to recreate on public lands. We are subsidizing the Smuggler Mountain management plan on public lands. We're subsidizing mountain rescue efforts when somebody needs help out on public lands. We're maintaining the roads to get there. There are a lot of different costs that, when you start thinking about all the things we provide, which if the public lands weren't there, we wouldn't have these people coming and we wouldn't be providing those services. So I would think even with the PILT payments, we're probably subsidizing the federal government for helping maintain the public lands.
And if you can imagine 35-acre subdivision across vast swaths of what is our public land base, and then they were taxed as vacant residential, you would see something 100 times, 1,000 times more than the PILT payments. The PILT payments have been way below what has been established as a federal benchmark as appropriate for the care of those lands. So I see it as just a component of being a western county and western lands. But I'm happy to see the letter go forward in any form we can.
Okay, so we'll take a crack at rewriting the middle. Does the board want to see this letter again, or do we want to just take a crack at rewriting and let the chair sign and move it forward?
I think there was a little bit of a goal of trying to get it out before the
Quickly.
lame duck session is over.
Yeah.
And then if it's not reauthorized, as Noah was saying, during that time period, we can do a further follow-up letter when there's going to be a big push for longer-term reauthorization. So I'm okay with just letting the chair sign.
Yeah, I'm fine.
No,
Okay,
I'd go ahead and send it.
That's all I've got.
Open discussion. Anybody? George?
Yeah, I forwarded an email on to John yesterday just to have him look at the front page. I think it was the Aspen Times regarding solar panel collections, solar panel farms, and as an opportunity for Pickens County to look at perhaps investing in some solar panels. At the RAFTA board meeting, we had a very in-depth presentation and discussion about the benefits for RAFTA to invest in a new solar farm. And RAFTA did their due diligence and came up with a 5-year payback with low interest financing from Alpine Bank, as well as some substantial rebates. And in addition to that, Eagle County has invested in the same, or is looking at investing in the same new collective to offset their energy use in their facilities, and they're looking at a payback within 6 years. So I think it's an opportunity for us to not only cut our energy costs, but to look at utilizing renewable energies to offset our carbon footprint and still make economic sense.
And so I don't know if everyone had a chance to see it, but it's now I've forgotten the name, Solar Collective. I've forgotten the first part of it. But they're looking at it sounds like a 1.7 megawatt facility near the old landfill site near Carbondale off of Catherine Store Road. And so I don't know how much of that is sold out at this point, but I think if the board is interested, as George is laying this out, we could do some initial due diligence to see if there's additional capacity still available for purchase. That is the first I'd become aware of the project and look at the same kind of analysis for offset. I think it's consistent with certainly our values, and it would be potentially offset by utility payments we're going to be making anyway.
I'd like to look at it more carefully, especially with the airport expansion coming up. That could be a nice way to help offset that footprint, even if it's a more efficient building, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we could be looking at offsetting our energy costs right now, whether it be the library or the Health and Human Services building or the Public Works.
Existing
facilities.
facilities,
We're paying 9 cents a kilowatt now, and they're looking at pricing with these panels down to about 5 cents.
Yeah, I'd look at it. I think it really has to do with looking at, the time value of money over a period of time, payback, those sorts of things. And, there's a lot to those, how that changes, the picture. So, Steve?
I haven't had a chance to read that article yet. I just saw the headline. But is that the Clean Energy Collective?
Yes,
farm?
Clean Energy Collective.
Yes.
So the way that works, and that's where I get my personal electricity for my house, is from Clean Energy Collective. And it works as long as you're served by Holy Cross Energy.
Right.
So the City of Aspen things where we are served by the City of Aspen utility right now wouldn't work for that, but it would work for offsetting our landfill, the airport, the Public Works, and
yeah, we do have a number of facilities.
I'm not sure if Health and Human Services is in Aspen or Pickens County.
We do have a number of facilities, as you're pointing out, Steve, that would qualify for that.
So I would totally be in favor of offsetting as much of our, well, really it's really mitigating our energy costs. And
okay.
Most of our electric cost is probably for daytime use anyhow, when the solar collectors are generating the electricity, so that it's a good fit for our use of electricity.
We'll take a look at it and get back with you guys.
Other open discussion? John, we're scheduled at 3:30 for our special meeting.
Well, I don't see any reason we couldn't go into that early.
Who has to attend to that?
Executive session at the attorney's office. Did they?
Well, we could go into executive session here on TV, and then we're supposed to retire over to the meeting room in the plaza.
All right, I'll take a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of property negotiations and litigation, CRS 246402-4E, CRS 246404B, 402-4B.
So moved.
Second?
First and second, any discussion?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Why don't we say 3:15?
Over in Plaza 3.
Yeah, are we meeting in the attorney's office?
There's that